Hey guys, it's Targan coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. We're here with Cylostra, dear fun. We don't have much land, we don't have much of anything, but what we have is, gumption and an army of zombies and not very much money at all. And all of that will work out just fine, probably. We're about to go up against the Sisters army that's got 1 billion ranged units, and, we're gonna see if that is smart or not. We're gonna see. We could back out here and then fight them in the field later without a garrison and just back up over here. It's probably smarter. It's probably smarter. But that doesn't mean we're gonna do it. Look, if we just lose the campaign, we can start over again. Oh, no, we'll be fine. So they're going to be in, like a settlement defense battle, so good old boring cheesiness will rule the day. Because we'll just do what we did last time, and bash them. Of course, they have way more archers than last time, but... But it'll probably be fine. Probably. If not, maybe you'll just, like, walk off the battlefield. I don't know how withdrawing works. You could probably, like, really mess up that way, but, So here we just have... of them. They can just walk up to the front and start shooting in there. Will anybody dive them? I mean, theoretically the Sisters could. We'll just have them to go up. Alright, well, this is going to be a long one, so we might as well just get to it. Of course, we do have Cylostra with her regeneration now, so pretty good. Pretty good stuff. Of course, she's not unbreakable or anything, so we do have to be somewhat careful. And we do have lower leadership across the board. What? Yeah. It's like the difficulty puts it down to the -8 leadership from something else. Anyway, that's super rough. We have very, very low leadership here. It's probably a Sisters effect plus some other stuff, but we're gonna want... We're gonna want them in the front to eat possible shots of... Not them, but the arrows of Kurnus shots that we'd be worried about. But here, we're actually able to get a couple of wonderful hits. Fine hits indeed. And of course, they're so deep set here. And we did very well fighting them here and not in a field battle where they'd be able to do something about it. Because, of course, they're trying to receive artillery, but it's not going to work out very well for them. Queen Bess, of course, does do fire damage on top of everything else. And if they're in the middle of the treekin, then that will make a near miss, pretty fine. The Carronade's getting some work in. Glade Guard not getting really hit that hard there. But what we can do now is go ahead and move up here. Because while they can shoot into trees, like, they have woodsmen and stuff, but still they don't want to shoot into them. Like, they still block shots, I think. These guys do magic damage, so we're going to want to get the fire onto them a little bit. Go ahead and get the restock train rolling. We might have wasted a couple of ammo there. Which is not great when we can do, you know, almost a full thing in a moment. with a good shot. And is Queen Bess gonna connect? Oh yeah, boom, baby. Oh, that's a lot of damage. A whole half of their life gone in the flower of their youth or old age. They are elves after all. It's really hard to tell, and it is impolite to ask. They've got this platform, which is excellent, which means they're gonna, you know, try to stand on top of it, and then we'll shell them. Because I think we can shoot from here. Please shoot from here. Yeah! Actually, this is an excellent firing position. And we're going to be able to really, really roast. I guess only one person is shooting them from here. Can we... Erzakernus coming in hot at the handgunners. But, you know, it's still going to be fine. Because if they try to fire at us, then they're going to have to sit still. Probably. And we'll be able to just shell away tonight. And that's right, I have magic. We could be doing that this whole time. Erzakernus really melting into these handgunners. Alright, they've served their purpose in the front. Time to get these other ones moved a little forward here. And if they'll just wheel and shoot here, then we'd be in alright shape. Cylostra, dear fawn, is now going to roll on up and hit a tide call right here. It's going to be awesome. It's going to bash this fleeing unit and that one that's there on top. And it looks like now we have woken up the foes. Sisters of Twilight are on their dragon. They're on their forest dragon. Which is pretty absurd stuff, you know. How do they even get one of those? Oh no, man, Cylostra getting chunked. By whom? By whom? Oh, the Glade Guard Hagbane tips. By them. They do have magic damage after all. And they are just feasting on my mistake here. It'll be alright. She's got regen. And we're already putting a big old dent in them. Another restock for old Bessie. And the Treekin are very beat up, which is good. So, you know, the more damaged a unit gets, the more their leadership can potentially get messed with. And then easier to break them with a little bit more damage. And, of course, they'll start dropping models very quickly. If they already had a lot that were almost in the can, then just a few more can really make all the difference that you need. And these Glade Guard Hagbane tips are going to break right there. Thought they were, anyway. There we go. But importantly, I think we're about to start receiving fire here, but we're also going to be shooting into the foes, and they're going to be just absolutely getting crunched. Yes, a great crunching indeed. Beautiful. A fine hit. And now we're just going to drop some on these guys. You know, they've got their area there. Now we need to start shooting into the Sisters of Twilight, if possible. But, of course, the firing arcs of their guys on the front will get pretty close to us pretty soon. Looks like we're receiving fire here. Not wonderful. I don't even know if we can wheel to shoot at them there. Looks like maybe. Yep. Cannot. Man, we really take a huge, terrible salvo there. Awful stuff. Careless and bad. Deepwood Scouts, so these are pretty strong things. Of course, you know, we're not without tools to deal with these issues. So if we drop in that, and then the Queen Best shot will come in on top, we still got, you know, more ammo there. Each thing gives it 5 damage, so I think I wasted 1 shot earlier with my mistake. It's not the end of the world, nor the beginning, merely a part of the world. Because if we can just get some damage on the sisters, then we'll be, you know, not fine, but, you know, fine. We need to get out of there. These Hagbane tips are really, really starting to add up. And that doesn't feel good. Of course, we are chipping away considerably at their forces, but I don't know. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to get away with this or not. We might have painted ourselves into a silly, stupid corner. It's possible. I mean, we have, like, some tools, but the problem is that I don't understand what's shooting me. That's the problem. Oh, yeah, because they could just run forward into me. Well, anyway, at least we're starting to fire a little bit there. Of course, we're going to run out of artillery soon, which means we're about to have a fair fight. You know how that's going to go. Not wonderfully. But here, we are going to be able to shoot at the Glade Guard. Of course, we're going to be receiving fire from these Deepwood Scouts as well, which is terrible. We're going to lose. We should not have taken this fight. We should not have taken any of these fights. I don't know how we're going to try to do this. I think this is the end of the campaign. Oh man. How did they Oh, because they dock and then they get way better range. They get like 30 more range. You know, I feel like I learned that last night, but in an insubstantial way where I learned nothing. Anyway, that is probably going to be the end, huh? No, the Carronade was almost out of commission. Alright, and they are charging in at me. Which at least is something, you know, we'll be able to... See, if we could just get them to go into the handgunners... It's all fine. Because, like, a nice salvo of these Hawk Riders just melt. It's all fine. But, you know... Oh, they're trying to fight me on purpose. That's funny. We're just going to get in there, get stuck on, and get a nice little bash on this eagle. Easy peasy. Alright, well, it was too much to hope that they would try to come and attack me, huh? Anyway, this army is not very good at fighting Wood Elves, and I'm also not very good at fighting Wood Elves. Why did I think it was going to dive on me? Okay, there we go. Get some. Boom, baby. That's right, we're showing this great eagle who's boss. Famously difficult to dispatch foe, the Great Eagle. Yeah, I think this is just like too much ranged for us. We don't have the tools to deal with it, I don't think. Oh, they moved too forward and they're getting shot by someone. They've got the craziest range there. It's like, so what do I even have here? We could go with Cylostra and charge in Knights Errant there. We could try to summon onto the high ground and see if we could steal it away. Like, I don't even know. Because if we, like, go up to the front of this, can we even attack them? No, they'll just walk off of it. Well, let's try to send these guys into a squad of destruction. No, we don't want to go there. We want to go this long way. See if we can get anywhere. Because we still got 2 summons left. And the Sisters of Battle are moving forward. Of course, the Sisters of Battle... Sisters of Twilight. The Sisters of Battle are a Warhammer faction. We don't even have any handgunners over here to do a crossfire if she dives one. And this is... We're wasting so many shots not hitting people here. I don't even know what's going on. You know, the other siege worked a lot better than this. Oh, right, and these guys all have guard mode on, so they won't even actually chase them down. Feels bad. Oh, right, and these guys have like 1,000,000 range, so they can even get us when we're all the way back here. Because they go from like 100 some odd to like, you know, more than that. Oh, and these guys aren't on Queen Bess anymore. It feels really bad. And it looks like we just threw. Yeah, we just threw. The Hawk Riders come in. The Mourngulls immediately just melt, and the leadership tanks. And, yeah, well. Maybe we won't play Cylostra again. Maybe I'm not good enough at Vampire Coast. Maybe you're just not supposed to fight Wood Elves with this army, or at all. Because these guys have, like, the hunger or whatever, but it's not working at all. And it does look like now we're going to have, you know, a fresh problem when the Sisters of Battle go over the top. You know, it might have been them, you know, it's them shooting. That's what's melting all of my troops over here. And now we're trying to get out. And the bombers are opening up on the Wildwood Rangers. Oh, yeah, at least that happened well. And these Mourngulls are, you know, losing the fight pretty considerably, but... Oh, boy. And now we move too far forward, and we're losing all of these handgunners for free. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Oh, man. Look, I'm bad with powder. I don't even know if I can play Coast, right? Because I don't think I can play the early game well enough because you have to use powder for a little while. Yeah, I think we just lost our game. Well, so it goes. Alright, what have we learned through this campaign failure? Nothing. We didn't learn anything at all. I still, like, I just know, like, you know, don't take this fight because you'll lose. But I don't know what I'm supposed to do instead because I feel like we lose everywhere we go. Oh, right. And all of their archers fire while moving. That's right. So when they're repositioning, they can get work done. And these handgunners inexplicably charge over there. Feels great. Oh, she doesn't have magic damage, so at least there's that. Oh, right, and we can't go across there, and the AI will explode if we try to make it let us. Anyway, so that's the last bomber. These guys getting killed, everybody on our whole faction. Everybody dying. You know, I think one level from now we would have gotten the Leviathan on Cylostra. Instead, we try to bash this thing and get beat unto death. You know, the -8 leadership to start really, really hurts. But maybe we can, like... Maybe we can charge in and take the land up here. Because we've got, you know... We still got our strong hero core. So what if we'll end this without an army and totally broke and without our carronades? Alright, we find their wizard and beat up on them considerably. And then we have to walk through these barricades and the towers, because of course we do. These guys should get terror routed as we approach, I imagine. They can't be ITP. They can be. Because I don't even think they'll just, like, lose if we do this. The sisters have, like, 1 billion ammunition. Yeah, it doesn't help us at all. It just gives us, like... momentum, which is useless. Well, we can swing around here. The sirens are gonna die. Anyway. Oh, she wants to brawl finally. Alright, she trucks Cylostra here. Just absolutely gives her the dirty. It looks like we're gonna die. But we end up shattering them. Cylostra has 177 hit points. If we end the battle right now, she might not crumble to dust. We win! You know, at the price of our Morgul's, our Carronade, our sirens, all of our stuff, and we don't have any money to get it back. But we win. I don't even think their defeat trait's good. It probably gives you, like, reload time reduction. We get absolutely mauled. %20 replenishment for her. That's not bad. The missile strength won't matter, but that's not bad. And she gets her Rotting Leviathan. You know, quite a story. Alright, so she loses the ethereal nature when she's on it. When she's on the Leviathan. So she goes down to 15% physical resist, but of course she does have 150 armor on it. We'll probably keep her on it just because a big scary monster is good. And, yeah. We'll throw the Helm of Discord on her. That'll help her cause, and then we'll have the Fencer's Blades here, making him better there, and oh, this is just a this is a sword one, not a. They don't have a pistol, right? Well, enjoy your sword, buddy. You know, we could have taken that 15% missile resist since we're fighting Wood Elves. Let's go ahead and take it now, huh? I'll take the missile resist because, of course, now she's a massive target. Sorry, girlie, I didn't mean it like that. Alright, so sirens are, like, pretty affordable. Alright, we just got to get something in our army here. We can't get too clever about it. The bloated corpses are free upkeep. But with the armies we'll be fighting, I don't know if we'll get any value. And by I don't know, I mean I don't think we'll get any value. No, we can't take a 2-turn recruitment thing here. We'll get 1 animated Hulk for a little bit of mass in our front line. We'll get a couple of these crummy pirate mobs. We'll get a siren. We'll get a couple of handgunners. And we can raise dead the rest next turn if the need be. But I think we're just going to... yeah, we'll likely swing down to that temple and hit him. So if he comes in here, I don't actually think they can make it to the siege in 1 day, which is super excellent because it'll let us potentially recruit up with Raised Dead enough to shake them off. Because I mean, if we fight this battle manually, obviously this is a trash garrison and will be bad, which means also we'll probably be punished in the auto-resolve, but hey, what are you going to do? Alright, well, let's see where we can go with it. So we've gotten our AP damage and our boost there. I think we'll take this Master Gunner, though, because that one's going to give us, yeah, range for the gunnery mobs, and I think that's just fine. We already got it boosted a little bit, and a little more would certainly help. Alright, we'll take 1 more Morngul Haunter. Oh, we could get our first gunnery white, and if we get this Master of the Black Arts one, then he'll be able to Spirit Leech, and that'll give us 2 characters who can do that. Yeah, I think this is good. And also, that'll be more powder for old Queen Bessie. So, you know, it's not total disasters here. This guy would give us a special thing, a piece of 8, which is how you unlock your Regiments of Renown for Vampire Coast, which is not good. If I was reworking Vampire Coast, the pieces of 8 would give you the equivalent of, like, Elector count troops. It would be, like, special variants of troops that you had, or new troops that you didn't really have access to, or new styles within the piratey tradition. And your Regiments of Renown would unlock as normal. But we get a arsenal acquisition, so there we go. We get a very good boost to our fighters. Can't argue with that. Now, if we go to Hotek's column, he'd be able to catch us, but if we just raise it, then he won't. But I think we want to go here to fight them before they can get back together. No, we want to isolate them. That is the way. No, we can't get there in one turn, though. And if we just go over here, then we can get in fights that way and maybe find the ocean over there. Because this place, I don't know if we want to set up shop over here. You know, it's a bad neighborhood with the Lithanara around. And she'll walk very crabbily over here. And now we'll take the Morngul. For magic item, drop cost seems good. And this is going to give us, you know, a big hero block. Both to run around and be a jerk with, but also, importantly, to tamp down on other lines. So one of them can be, you know, on the left with a deckhand, and the other one on the right with a deckhand. They're a little fast, but they're not, like, as fast as a horse, so they could reposition, but you don't want them just out and about. You know, there's basically not a lot in this faction roster that is as fast as a horse. I mean, we've got Roberto Bartolome here. But, you know, he's his own brand of guy, and, you know, we're not likely to see him anywhere else. And here we just... Oh, we're upside down on cost already. Well, we've got 3 turns to do it. We can probably make some money in 3 turns. This lord that we garrisoned here, I don't think has dissuaded any of our foes, and certainly it seems that it hasn't been too helpful. But if they just walk away, then that'll be fine. Now they're getting a little listless. Yeah, so they've got 2 things. Their main army must be... Oh, never mind. The other one's here. I'm like, I like they had like a... Oh, of course they're at war with the ogres as well. That would have been what happened to them. Ah, good stuff. Hey, Natasha. Good morning. We almost lost earlier, but instead we just got our army super beat up. But then we defeated our legendary foes. So we get to keep on playing. And now our ghost opera singer is going to ride around on, like, a giant crab. Like, a really big one. Not one just, like, big enough to ride on, like a leviathan of a crab. Like, it's as big as anything in the game is, basically. It's good stuff. Alright, so it says they want us to occupy that. We only have 6 turns to do it. We're going to deal with this first. Alright, so... same old problems, you know. It's a huge Wood Elf garrison. If it gives us the auto, we're just going to take it. It does, and we will. Because, again, we've already fought a couple Wood Elf garrisons. We can do it. It's just not clean. And I'm kind of overdoing it, honestly. There we go. We raise the settlement. We get enough money for several more turns. After executing the captives, we get negative leadership on the local region, which is very, very good as a trait. And now, okay, do we, like, we only have a little bit of money. I don't think we can spend $3 grand on any of these things. We can't. We're just going to have to chill until we find somewhere else to fight. Ah! There they were. They were reforming the Witchwood. Well, I'm going to go up here and, because I don't want to fight that full stack Wood Elf army led by an ancient tree man. Well, that's not so bad, but, you know, we'll deal with it. So Dearfan gets up to earthing, and then we'll take Carnophage. Yep, and then we can this will be the Gunnery White, so he's just a guy that right now is on the ground, but he buffs all of the gun units, and he has restock natively as an ability, and that is good. Gwendolyn is up there, you know, menacing me. Do we want to get this? I don't think so, because... okay, it's a 200 gold boost, which means it'll take 15 turns to pay off. And I don't really think I'm going to be able to defend it for 15 turns. I mean, I've been wrong before, but High Elves are not simple foes to deal with. Right, they are monstrous terrors. They are bad news. So we can go over there and try to deal with these problems. We've got 5 missions to do this, and we only get like 1,000 for it. We don't have enough to recruit to save this place, so... if we go here and go to ambush, will we get like an advantage against them? No, that's dumb. I guess we'll just lose it. You know, at least we got a little bit of vampiric attrition they're going to take. Alright, so... enough playing around. We have got to do something. We either fight these ogres, Mag or Roast Chewer. We could just go up there and beat them down, just to take a fight that we can win and steal some money. The pirate's life for me. And then we can roll up here, start a fight with these Tomb Kings, then roll in and bushwhack one of these ports, and then make our way to the sea. Yes, we've been too long from the ocean's arms. That's the plan. You know, I bet we can totally beat that huge ogre army in a battle without trouble. I bet it'll be fine. We'll take a bloated corpse and a polearm and see what we can do. It'll be fine. Probably. It'll probably be fine. Look, we're already in some dire straits. But we do have enough money for a handful of turns. I mean, for like 20. So we're fine. So we're fine. We'll decline the attack. You know, we'll try to defend it. Maybe I'll be able to. You know, we'll wait. We'll probably wish that we had given her the halberd or whatnot, but all right. So Grand Hierophant Katep is here. Does that mean if he's at war with them, we could curry favor with him? Yes! Oh, this is about to be awesome! The greatest of all things that can happen to you in this game is occurring. You're getting reinforced by a neutral faction. And I forgot to get 2 more guys in the army before we started the fight. We have movement, so that's fine. We can break the siege off and raise the dead here. If you have a little bit of movement, you can just back off and go back in again. Easy peasy. We're gonna take Hunter of the Dark, and yeah, this should be a good old time. DJ Katep is gonna come in. He's gonna be scratching the records. He's gonna be doing the stuff, and of course they have an Ogre Lord. Yeah, they have 7k HP, primary armor piercing. You know, like the Ogre Lords are pretty good, but they've got a whole bunch of trash slingers, and hopefully those Noblar slingers will be able to get tuned up. Hey Danny, how's it going? But I'm reasonably confident that we can win this pretty good. I didn't know how it was gonna go when I wasn't seeing that we were going to get those reinforcements. I was just going to press the battle anyway. You know, you have to be brave when you are an opera singer. Cylostra, dear fun. So anyway, this is the crab, and it's got a little thing on the back to ride on, right? But she just sort of floats around on it. And it's yeah, it's a massive crab. You know, you compare it to the size of the cannon, and it's bigger than this very big cannon. You compare it to the size of some guys, and you're like, oh, she is the realness. She is the way. She is gonna sing a beautiful song. DJ Katep is gonna reinforce from the rear there. That's wonderful. Basically, nothing to dislike about that. We are going to just throw Queen Bessie over here. Of course, we have 2 restocks in our army, so going to be very good indeed there. We'll just have the Sirens in the forest and a halberd there to support on that side. And we'll keep the bloat back here. We'll keep it in control group 1 so that we won't forget about it, right? Gunnery white back here, because yeah, with we basically have enough Queen Bess shots to beat their whole army. We're going to put these guys... These have stalks, so we don't need to be, like, hiding too much from them. We're going to put them in the trees and then try to get on their flingers and such from that direction. And hopefully that won't come to bite us. Bats in a group to support. We're going to... I'm like, you know, having handgunners in these trees is even better, because we could just move our infantry support up here and here. And Cylostra has 10,000 HP. So, you know, it's they're not going to have a great time trying to deal with her. Queen Bess is not good against ogres, but it will chip down these little chumps pretty good. And of course, all we have to do is convince our enemies to get shot up by our gun line, which they are swiftly going to come into. And the best way to do that, of course, is to charge Bretonnian Knights right into the center. We're surrounded by some Noblar, but they don't do good enough damage to punish us for being in here, even though they do have spears. Our big Fizz Resist plus Ward Save plus a little bit of armor is going to carry us there. Our summon is doing not good, but, you know, it's there. And then we're going to hit a nice Tide Call there for big damage. Cylostra getting trucked on a little bit, but now we're going to be able to collapse back here. These Noblars are going to run on the charge, probably. Oh, yeah. And now, all of these ogres are going to be running right into my amazing crossfire. Oh, it's going to be so good to have it. Our reinforcing Tomb King allies coming in from the rear. Just great stuff. 19 seconds left on the summon. Let's try to get a little bit more rundown here. Oh, yeah. We're going to drop both of these abilities. It's going to lower his attack to 14, and his defense very low as well. We're going to go ahead, try to break the leadership with a bat attack. The Batarang. These guys are anti-infantry fighters. They don't want to be fighting these ogres, but the Ogre Bulls aren't particularly good at fighting them either, although they did get the charge off. So I think we're actually going to be able to beat the brakes here a little bit. Yeah, good stuff. And it looks like now, here they're going to be trying to press the fight to Katep, which is not going to go wonderfully for them. We're now among two spears. I don't think we even care, right? Because these Morgul Hunters, this duo squad of them is very, very problem solving. All right, now we've figured out the coast style. We've got a hardy enough hero corps to hold the front. Of course, Morgul Hunters aren't that affordable, but they're not insanely expensive. And this bloat, I don't think we're even going to need him, right? We should try anyway. After all, if you come to a battlefield and you don't take a fight against a bloated, and you don't take your bloated corpse and try to get everything that you can from it, what's the point? Why are you even playing? Look at him waddling. You have 1600 HP. Do they see me? Do they know? They do see me. Alright, we start taking some damage. It's not great. We're We're going to get the Damned Questing Knights here behind the bloat so that they'll be able to support. And we're going to try to run in here. They're probably going to break before this goes off. If you enter into melee, you end up running away. Oh, well, you know. They managed to make contact, and the bloat still got some kills, but hey. And of course, importantly, we now have a proof of concept for the army for the rest of the campaign. Because Cylostra has regeneration, because we picked up an elf sword, and that makes her a terror. You know, she's got frenzy, 15 bonus for his infantry. Yeah, I mean, she charges through them, immune to flanking. Like, what else does this crab have? I think it doesn't get any other abilities besides that, but still, pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff indeed. The bloated corpse with only 35 kills, sad boy. You know, hey, it's about sending a message. There, Danny. See you in a couple days. Alright, and of course that goes wonderfully. We should have let Kotep get really beat up and then turned and hit him with the old 1-2. So you can't sell to Tomb Kings is the thing. They're broke, you know, they can't do anything with it. Does the infamy gain matter, or do we want to sack it, occupy it so that we won't have no land for the next turn? Yeah, that's what we got to do. Oh ho ho. Oh. Oh. Okay. So this Wormslayer sword gets rid of all of your bonus versus infantry and gives you plus 60 bonus to large. It also makes you less defensive and gives you charge defense against large. Okay. Well, now the Mongol Hunters, one, will be good at fighting infantry, and no, I mean, we could give it to the vampire, I guess. And then it would be like a crazy beat stick in the background. I mean, of course, we could give it to the paladin and make him have 80 bonus versus large at the expense of his stuff. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, Doesn't give it to the melee, or to the ranged, so at least, you know, we know that. That does boost both of them. Because they go to 35 bonus versus infantry. It does feel bad to lose that. Maybe putting it on the vampire is the way to go. Charge defense, make it squishier, but then like let it just absolutely beat on anything that makes it into the backfield. Just like absolutely connect. Maybe. We'll see how it goes. Because they get a Rotting Promethean eventually. I was like, and then that's when they... No, that's the Fleet Admiral. I gave it to the wrong one. Like, yeah, they get this, but they don't get a shoot. So it's like, yeah, they don't get something to fly on or nothing. Yeah, we'll just give it to them, see how it goes. A huge bonus versus large is its own reward, right? You don't have to look too deep into it. Deadeyes is more damage for everyone around us. We take Powder Keg as well. It's just what it sounds like. It makes you a Powder Keg. You know, if we had a third one of these Haunters and gave them bonus for large, no. And we occupy that. That is going to allow us to have a home province after this happens. Ol' Eve Anderoth. Alright, so we have this mission, which we might not do for a long time, because it involves getting your main settlement up to level 5. Maybe we'll accidentally steal one before too long. Oh, DJ Katep is at war with them? Well, that's a horse of a different color. The thing about Tomb Kings is, though, is they're broke. Their faction doesn't make, like, money basically at all, because their armies don't cost money basically at all. That sounds cool until you realize that... Oh yeah, so we could be here and have stock, so she can be in the backfield as, like, this huge bonus burst large beat stick, and then, you know, just swim out of the trees with something. Anyway. I'm like, oh right, I don't have the building to build the guys with halberds. Can I get him here? Yes. Well, if I can get him there, then it's better to recruit him later, unless I want to fight right here. We could just go behind him and hit Katep. But what can we get for this? We can get $478. King Hetekor is here. He's got a casket and stuff. But if we move up here... You know, we can just move behind him and deal with what happens afterward. Alright, and if we build this, then our upkeep will get a little lower. No, is that even smart? I mean, it isn't. We need a carronade. But that just gives us mortars. But it will give us the army ability, which is probably worth getting. I think we just save it for a bit because we don't know how the future's gonna go. We're gonna need a little bit of money until we can find the sea again. Alright, so they tried to charge us in the mountain pass and we ran away. They got us here, and crucially, this auto-resolve is going to let us get the win. Amazing. And we'll boost this for a loyalty hit here for the leader. It looks like they just doubled up on Katep and then tried to get right to me. They must have beat him with basically no hurt at all. Alright, so this one takes away our replenishment and movement, but you get better recruits. This one helps you move really far and see really far and has no bad effects, so we'll take that one. Yeah, I'm just gonna go up here and start messing with the Tomb Kings, cause pirate. Yeah, but everything here is wonderful. Do we take the improved walls? I don't think so. I think we just keep on sitting on this city right here, and then realize that I have just an atrocious view of how to play this game on like a macro level. At rank 30, their loyalty won't decline, but, you know, it takes a long time to get there. Probably could have taken something else there, but, you know, hey, what are you going to do? In this case, I think maybe we just take this to start bleeding a little less. So if our army upkeep is 3,800 and we cut another 5% off of it, we'll pay for that in 20 turns or something. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Look, if you do arithmetic about it, a lot of things you do in a video game, if you're me, end up being dumb. But if you don't do arithmetic about it, it's fine. So... Although most entrepreneurial endeavors have presented something of a dilemma, we have found a sandstone statue, and we are going to take the jewels, because I don't care if the exiles in the heck don't like me. Money! And anyway, if they thought they didn't like me before, they're really going to dislike me now. Wait, who's this? Ah, Grombrindle the White Dwarf. I wonder if I can get him to be my friend. I'll sing him a beautiful song. He does hate Nagarond, so if I just help him with Nagarond, he'll have no reason to do anything but love me. We get experience. Alright, so here... Yeah, we're gonna try to appeal to the nature of the dwarves, so... We can give him Storag Core already? Dwarf things, I guess. And get a non-aggression pact out of it. Boom, baby. And now we'll be at 4. So if we can just stay friends with Grombrindle, the White Dwarf, who loves our singing voice, this will be the most hilarious and wonderful alliance of all time. Of course, fighting Tomb Kings early is easier a little bit than fighting them late, and we'll just sweep down the left side here. I bet before long we'll be able to really friendly up Grombrindle, and you know, he's gonna see the benefits of having us as his friend. I'm sure of it. Like, do we take the jetty here? It might be bad. If it's like my last thing, I feel like maybe these guys won't. No, we're the only person they're at war with. They will definitely notice me. We don't need to put too many eggs into this basket. It was good enough that we held on to it for a little while. Grab Arcane Conduit. It's not the best ability anymore, but it's still okay. And this is going to get us to this side of the water anyway. And like, dude, if we can just load up Grombrindle with a bunch of good stuff and make him our military ally, we are absolutely going to have the funniest run of all time. Just objectively very wonderful and very clever.
Greetings. I am Grombrindle, but you knew that.
We're going to sell him Shock Tag Mount for a huge 3,700. What we want to do now is... Yeah, we've got to get a Carronade. And where's the pirate crew growth? Yeah, we need that too. And then soon we'll be broke again. But it'll be okay. And really, that defeat trait from the sisters isn't too bad, I guess. I mean, 20% more replenishment. She must have just, like, the most replenishment physically, yeah. She has 20, and then her whole faction will eventually get even more from her unique building. From her unique building. We lose our bats. And here, the sack steel is just better. Because before long, you know, the greed of the dwarves will not be able to say no to the alliance. You know, they'll have to give me what I want. Respect. Like, we need to get that one. That one's gonna let us move really far, and that is good. Alright. Yeah, I guess, you know, sacking them and rendering them totally empty doesn't really make him love it. We'll build a level 1 building. The AI loves a level 1 military building. They will rate a level 1 military building just so high in the grand scheme of things. To the point where it's just, I think, always right to do it. Because even if you don't sell it to them for whatever reason, you'll get a much bigger, like, reputation swing, I think. Anyway, you get more points on the trade. I don't know if excess points on the trade make them like you any better, though. This is the sort of thing I should know. But I don't. The blue vipers are right here. Bad landing it up. Can we get here? No. I think we take this fight just to get into a fight. And take the money. So again, we're a little upside down, but we're not incredibly upside down yet. And this just puts us into a spot where we're able to rampage down. Of course, the elves have taken the Witchwood back, but, you know, we weakened them quite considerably, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Marathi just walk up and punch him right in the old face. Speaking of the Sisters of Twilight, they're coming in with a full stack of Glade Guard. And, well, you know, sometimes that's how it goes. And once again, our amazing auto-resolve gives us the win. I think we take the money over the loyalty, because I think somebody else is about to come and pop in the Twisted Glade here, but, you know, auto-resolve, you just gotta have a Lord in there. The Lord really helps. Auto-resolve loves a Lord that hangs out with the people. Take our damage with the ranged troops. Start buffing up all of the killy stuff here. Hello. Sorry, I do not know how to pronounce your name, but hello. I recognize the Cyrillic script, but I do not know how to pronounce any of it. But I have read a great many novels and short stories by Russian authors, and count them among my favorite works of literature for sure. But I don't know the language. I merely am a great respecter of the things created with it. Sell the Spire to him. Oh, yeah, there we go. We get the trade agreement. We're going to keep on working on him. We'll get that alliance. Well, you know, actually, we can get... If we get a defensive alliance, then we'll just do that. He's Grombrindle. He's a dwarf. He is stalwart. You know, he's not gonna get mad at us for fighting elves. He's never gonna get mad at us for fighting elves. And I don't think he cares about us fighting these undead anyway. Sasha, hello. He said he didn't know that it was in Russian. I think on, like, the user front, maybe it sends, like, a different name to the chat than it sends to me as the person who, like, is getting the stream, which isn't excellent. You know, ideally it would be showing me the display name. But... Hello, Sasha. Welcome. Yes, once upon a time, I was dating a woman, and she had a dog named Sasha, but it was a girl dog. And when the dog annoyed me, I would always say, "Sasha's a boy's name," you know, to scold her. Just joking around, you know. But yes, welcome. We're Cylostraing it up. It's going fine. At the very beginning, I did not know how things were gonna go, but it's a name for girls as well. Oh, okay, I thought it was like exclusively or mainly a name for boys in Russia, but I am not an expert, and I stand corrected. I'm gonna have to go apologize to that pit bull. No, it's a long time ago. I don't want to talk about how long ago it was. You never want to think about how long it was that you used to know a great dog. Yeah, and we'll just keep on building the level 1 military building sort of thing, and you know everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna. Is DJ Kotep just walking through Wood Elf lands? Will they let him do that? They're probably gonna get mad at him about it. Oh yeah, they are currently mad about them being on their land. Okay, well there you have it. There you have it. They probably won't just like bushwhack them right here. They could though. They'd be within their rights. But old Grombrindle, he and I are going to be the best friends. You guys, if you're not that familiar with this game, there is nothing better in the world than having a dwarf ally, because they will never turn their back on you. Just don't do anything to insult them. But they will never turn their back on you. And their armies are quite wonderful, both on the field and in auto-resolve, so... You know, you take a guy like me who loves a horde playstyle and who hates defending... Well, a good military ally is all you need. And Cylostra is already... So we got a regenerating sword for her off of Taurox, I think, early, which, you know, when you do some aggressive moves early and you get paid for them, it feels real good. He wants me to join the war against Nagarond. I want to join that war too, but I just want to finish this one up first. I want to fight Nagarond like a pirate would, where I like swing in where they don't know we're going to be there and say, hello, I've been trying to reach you about your pirate extended warranty. Alright, so here... We can give flaming attacks to somebody, but whom? Like, just some handgunners? I don't even think anybody in this army's got a weakness to fire, so it won't matter very much. The charge bonus, yeah. Say there's many names like that where they can be for either voice roles. Yeah, it's very common. It's common in English as well. So like the reason I told the joke to the dog is the woman that I was with, whose dog it was. Her name was also like a name for boys and girls. Her name was what her grandfather's name was. It's an Italian name, and so it was my way of like just joking a little bit about that, you know. But obviously people can be named whatever they like, and so can dogs. But say I randomly popped up in your recommendations and you've never even played Warhammer? Oh, well, how interesting. Well, welcome. You know, I play a lot of other stuff. You know, I play Minecraft and various other things. But yeah, I play a lot of this recently. It's one of my favorite games. But anyway, we're going to try to do this. How do we make it happen? The Casket of Souls is really, really rough. We could just back up and not do the fight. Yeah. We'll just be right here, and we'll be able to go to whichever one he doesn't reinforce. Because we can beat his army, I just don't want to beat his army with 14 other units attached. Because the thing with undead is they don't run. And if they don't run, then you have to worry about them just absolutely collapsing all over you. But Nagarond is down to 5. And it looks like, oh yeah, the throng of Grombrindle looking tough going through it. So we're gonna zoom down here, and then this sea lane. Yeah, we'll go down this way. We'll get into the sea lane there, and then we will pirate up from the bottom of the ocean and be able to raid the other side. Yes, that is the way. Oh, it's going to be good. We're going to sell this temple to him now for a military alliance and a trade agreement, and we'll let him keep the money. Boom, baby. Now we are talking. And that means we're going to be able to set up an outpost in his land. And that means we're going to be able to get allied recruitment. And that means eventually we're going to be able to get, like, some hilarious dwarf unit in this army. Like an Iron Breaker. or like gyrocopters. Can you imagine? I can imagine. And I look forward to seeing it play out in practice. I have rarely been this excited for the future of a playthrough. Not least because now, I don't think anything bad will ever happen to me. We can save the Throng from Malekith, and it's going to be terrible, terrible shape for him. Cylostra is going to go ahead and spend all of her money there, but it reduces the upkeep a little bit, and of course, it'll get us to rank 4. That's going to let us get a lot of very, very powerful units. Some of the greatest units in the Vampire Coast roster are available at rank 4. We're going to be able to get Depth Guard, which we won't be able to afford. Oh, so you do play Total War games, but just not the Warhammer variant. Oh, okay. So the fact that I play on very hard intrigued you. You can't play on difficulty level than medium. There's some factions, like I just did a campaign where I played on hard campaign and very hard battle because I just couldn't do the beginning. But depending on what it is, like, so the vampires, our objective is basically just the Vampire Coast. We're vampire pirates. Our objective is just to burn down and occupy or otherwise take over a whole bunch of settlements. And you get this stat called infamy for burning stuff down and you know, attacking people, you know, for doing bad things because we're pirates. So all I have to do to win the game is stay alive and get into brawls. So playing on very hard isn't so bad because all I have to do is make sure we don't get totally wiped out. And if we do, that we have enough of a war chest to put our army back together. Because you can't tell right here, but we actually have a pirate ship that we're carrying around with us. So we can recruit from ourselves, and even if our army dies, all of that pirate ship I think mostly stays as good as it was. So we're gonna go up here to this spire, and the camera settings, I have never hated anything in the world as much as the camera settings in Total War Warhammer. It'll just sometimes lose how fast you're supposed to walk, you know, because that happens. And sack occupy because we need the money. And same as always, level 1 military building because that'll make Gromby very good indeed. Hello, FPU lover. But yeah, Cylostra is an absolute boss, and we're about to do a fight with her pretty soon, I think. Should have moved to Lightning Strike, though. What would be called, like, night fighting or whatever in a different version. We're going to take the Blade Shield. We're going to take... those aren't for the whole army. Alright, we're going to take the Blunderbuss then. And that just, like, gives him a big old shotgun. It's pretty good. Alright, and we're barely positive in the money. If we spend this, we'll get all of these other wind abilities, which are good, and be able to get deck gunners. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why not go to basically no money at all? We're not going to get sieged, right? Yeah, we're not going to get sieged. Because if you would get sieged, you wouldn't want to do it because you don't get the income from the place when it's under siege, and then we would get messed up. Yeah, there's definitely some factions that are much harder to play in Warhammer than others. It's not like a traditional Total War at all. You know, so a lot of playing the campaign, the battles too, but a lot of the campaign is just knowing who the races are, knowing how they relate to each other, knowing who hates who, knowing who's on the other side of who, knowing who will get mad if you attack this guy to the left even though you haven't even met them yet. knowing to not go across an ocean and meet somebody because then they're going to be a thorn in your side. Just stuff like that, which is not automatic. Then you basically only get from, you know, long-standing attempts. All right, so DJ Katep is trying to roll down. What we could do is just... yeah, we'll just go to the north and help Gromby against the Dark Elves now. I was going to say we're going to prosecute this fight, but I think actually that's a little bit too much heat for me. Because if we go down there, we'll get beat up because this fight isn't going to be a free one, and then Katep would be able to beat on us. So we're just going to get to crab walking across the land.
Can I offer you a prophecy? You got it.
And sell the White Dwarf a little more land there. Good stuff. You know, it's not the best land for him. He's a dwarf and he loves the mountains, but it'll be fine. And before long, it'll just take a couple of turns, and we'll be up there in the north in order to assist him in his war against the Dark Elves. And, importantly, to see how much money those Dark Elves keep inside of their cities, after all. You know, you hear stories, you hear they got a lot. There's also a mechanic called Pirate Coves, where you establish it and you sort of, like, steal the money off of a place. But I don't know how they work in a friend's place. Later, Sasha. Thanks for stopping by and checking it out. Hope you have a good day. Jellyfish in a jar we'll get soon enough, and that'll give us a poison attack on a hero, which will be quite good indeed. Yeah, because we can just go here to the deep, sell it to our buddy, and then swing around here and hit either Hagreef or Nagarond, whichever one doesn't have a guy in it. And that is how to go to war. You don't want to declare war. You're a pirate. You want to go to war. Looks like Gwendolyn's going to be coming down here now. So do we want to recruit anything? Oh, we can't actually get anything. We could raise, like, some zombies. Oh, we've got dwarves in the garrison here now. That's right, because outposts. I mean, we don't want too much. If we just get a couple gunneries and a couple of these, that's still 1,300, and then it'll take us from being, like, positive in here to being negative. We'll just hope that the auto-resolve will treat us well. I doubt Katep will declare onto our ally, at least quickly. And if he's trying to chase us, that's pretty funny, because it's going to take him, like, a million years. But they'll be here at the deep, and we can do a little raiding. No, we can't. That's right, I've got her quest battle to do. I don't know what it is. I don't know how it'll go. I think we want, like, a deck gunner before we go. Yeah, there's a fair bit of, like, power we can get for the army in just a turn or two before we do that, so I think we'll do that. Alright, so we are going to take this 3 grand, slay the curs, Caron gets taken out. Oh, there's 2 of them now. It looks like we are going to be falling. Well, you know, so it goes. We sack it. That's going to let us move through. And yeah, could I hold this? No, there's no way. I'm not good. What are the deck droppers gonna do? They have 7 ammo. Anyway, we lose the Twisted Glade. And that is the very last of our places to live. Gromby wants us to join the war. We're gonna join the war, Gromby. Just don't worry about it. We're gonna do it in our own time. Alright, so we're upside down, but just a bit. And importantly... Alright, so we... Yeah, I think the coast just doesn't get attrition in your army for not having any land, which is good. You know, you should be able to have your own leader. But it looks like, you know, we're in a tight spot here. But all we have to do is take one of these places for a huge amount of money, and then we're fine. And of course, we've also got Gromby on our side. We can just team up with him because we just need to get some ports going on. We just need to get a little bit of land. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be... These guys are admirals, so they can't even come onto land at all. They have black arcs. So here, the deck gunners, which cost barely anything compared to normal handgunners. And they are very good indeed. We're gonna get rid of one of these guys for another one, and the other one of these guys for a carronade, because we're gonna need to be able to knock down a wall here before too long. That'll give us, yeah, 4 frontline plus Cyrene and a Hulk. 4 of those, 2 big shooters and 2 artillery pieces, so 8 artillery plus a ranged guy. You know, it's not amazing, but we do have quite a tanky front line with Cylostra, who is an army unto herself, even though she could be a little stronger. I would love to get some Rotting Prometheans in here, but we need to be more thoughtful about money. A little bit more thoughtful about money. And we need to get up to depth guards so that we can actually get some heavy metal in these lines. I say we need to be more thoughtful about money, and then I immediately spend all of it. It'll be fine. Alright, and there we get our movement. "10 leadership for the Lord's army?" Yes, please. That's actually really good. I mean, it's moderately good. Take that one to boost Sirens and stuff, even though I don't know how good it'll be. We're going to do it anyway and see if it's good. Well, there's been quite a battle here. We could even recruit basically the whole roster below tier 4 here. Deck gunners are really good. They've got 245 range. They do the work. But what will the work be? So we hit Hag Reef, and then we have to defend against these guys right afterward. Oh, we hit Hag Reef, and then we can just go to the sea. Yeah, because these admirals aren't going to be able to get to us in time. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alternately, we go in this direction and loop around to help Gromby in the north. Hey, LG's Pizza Guy. You say you don't know how, but you somehow made an entire beat in one sitting? Well, cool, cool. Well, if you post it anywhere, make sure you like drop a comment or a post on my community posts or something so I can check it out. I always enjoy seeing like the art and the music and stuff that people make that watch the videos. I mean, you know, I like art and music in general, but it's cool whenever somebody that watches is like, hey, I made this. I'm like, yes, show me the song, show me the beat. Don't show me the SoundCloud rapping. I can do that on my own. No, I'm just kidding. If you're a bad rapper, that's good too. You know, the first step to being a good rapper is being a bad rapper. Oh, they're not actually at war with Hagrafe. Really? Oh no, we would be declaring war on Hagrafe because they're military allies with them. Well, in that case, I bet what we can do is join the war from diplomacy.
Tell me what you need.
Make some money. Alright, so it is a Dark Elf garrison. You know what that means. Time for a grind. Harganeth Executioners. They are so cool looking. They are so cool looking. They're not good, but they are so cool looking. Alright, we need to find an area that doesn't have too many towers. We found one. And then we're just going to put literally the whole army right here. Just absolutely the whole army. And, you know, that is because playing sportsmanlike is dumb and you'll lose all your stuff. Like, I'm not just gonna sit here and let them shoot me. I like to think I got a little more sense than that. So we're just gonna cram everyone in the whole universe here into the back. And I don't think they have any ability that's going to, like, drop anything on us. That would be super funny if they had some, and I didn't know about it, though. Alright, now that our future is assured, we're going to start the battle. This is a lot of effort to not take shots from towers, but these towers are probably really strong. And I don't want to deal with it. And that's why we brought the Carronade, after all. And Queen Bess is queening it up. She is just dropping it like it is hot right on top of our foes. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a lot of damage. I forgot how good Queen Bess was in battle. Oh no, what happened? They did have an army ability. I don't know what it was. Oh, they did it again. Oh no, I didn't even know they had a wizard. Oh my goodness. Oh god. All right, we're gonna do this over again. All right. Okay, so they do have some kind of wizardry here, and that means we're not gonna stack everybody up. I didn't even see any army abilities on the thing. I don't even understand how that's possible. Oh, the black arcs. That's how it's possible. Well, anyway, so now we can't load up all our guys in one spot, and we'll have to get shot. No, we'll, oh, we can just deploy here. That's alright. Not many more towers to get, and then we can just have these guys back here, question mark. It looks like it should be long enough to where we won't get hit. This is a terrible design for a town, you know, but hey, they're dark elves, and they are not known for being reasonable. They are known for being terrible, just awful, awful people. They have earned their reputation 100 times over. We got our beat squad and the lady who runs it. Alright, now without all of our guys stacked, let's try that again. One more time with feeling. The thing about Bess is she's very, very good at dropping it down on defenders. Like, you can basically... yeah, there we go. We get the first hits there, but, you know, it's not so bad if your whole army's not on top of each other. Because Bess can hit on top of the walls and do a lot of damage. Most artillery really struggles with that. And of course, unlike most things that you do in this game, wow, they're running out of the walls. You never see that. You never see that. Fascinating stuff. We're gonna drop all the army abilities here on them on the front of the gate. And it does wonderfully, you know. Nothing not to like about this. And then we're gonna try to breach the wall here. Yeah. Because being sportsmanlike is fine, but these are dark elves and we're pirates, so there's really no call to be that polite to them. And of course, Cylostra still has all the magic to do. Now, we don't have, like, the craziest magic setup anyone's ever seen in this army, but the thing is, too, though, when you have, you've got all of these abilities, it's like having extra magic a little bit. They're not, like, good army abilities like, say, the Chaos Gods are, but they're still okay. Yeah, restock too good. Because again, if they're willing to sit, you don't have to do anything. You can just feast. Oh man. Speaking of doesn't have to do anything, can she get through this or will she die? Alright, she can do it. We drop all of the abilities, and these jokers are still trying to, you know, treat us like we're fair. Boom, baby. Queen Bess. Getting it done. Shades here. We're going to keep on moving up towards them. Because that's the thing. With this beat squad, they are quite capable of just really, really hurting them bad. And, you know, we've got mobile terror-causing units. When Cylostra wants to start running over dudes, I mean, it can go pretty far. And of course, a regenerating, heavily armored, monstrous lord is the cornerstone of every nutritious breakfast. Coming up on us a little bit there. We just need to run away a little bit here now. We've got this. There's not really a good target for this Bound Spirit Liege, so we might as well use it here. We're going to taunt this Dread Spear. Oh, that's right. The Vampire Captains get taunt and Hornswoggle. Hornswoggle. Yeah, what a good word, right? I think we all agree that Hornswoggle is an excellent word, even if you didn't know that we were about to agree to it. I think we all agree about it. And, you know, that's the funny thing, like, our army is so much better at sieges than field battles, because if they sit still and let us siege them with, like, 100 ammo from Queen Bess, well, that is what they call a regret. And the Song of Enthrallment plus Helm of Discord just knocks their attack down by 50 every time we pop it, which also makes this blob incredibly safe to roll around with. Because, you know, we've got our regen, we've got the vampire who can heal. You know, they've got the hunger, they're on the Promethean. You know, they don't have a lot of HP, they only have like 4,500, but they got that 60 bonus first large, and that'll come in handy someday, right? It will. And we're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna roll with the hero core. So we've got 3 heroes with the hunger, and 1 that regenerates. It's only Bartholomew that doesn't, and of course he is the most resistant to damage out of all of them. This is so not sportsmanlike, but hey, what are you gonna do? We're pirates. Yo-ho, yo-ho. Really bad eggs. Oh, these are weapon teams, so they can't go onto the wall. They're not like... Ah, yeah. So if you had, like, Hochland long rifles, they can go onto the wall, but these guys can't. I think Hochland long rifles can go onto walls. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was Ironsides the whole time, and I just thought it was. And she takes a bunch of damage, but, you know, we end up being able to really put the hurt on all the same. It takes, like, so long to hit the barricade. Look, like, they're all trying to hit it, and nobody is hitting it. Victory! You know. The important thing is victory! Of course, we could have gotten the army incredibly beat up by our first very bad deployment. You gotta remember that Black Arcs give their abilities to surrounding armies. No matter how many times you say it, you still have to remember it when the time comes. It's like best with all the value. There wasn't a lot to go around here, right? Alright, so we do a Pirate Cove. You only get one building, so you can steal income, or just make some, or you can get hero capacity, or do corruption. So, of course, stealing income is the way to go. But maybe not. Maybe just take the rate. No, we'll take the Picaroon side out for 5K. Eh. Seems annoyingly expensive. Whatever. What are you gonna do? Of course, we are still inches from losing the campaign. Because, of course, you know, we don't have any land, so this army is all we've got. But we can recruit what we need, you know, and what we don't need. We can recruit what we don't need, like more powder units that literally never shoot at anything. And now we hit Hagreef, auto-resolve it. We've already got a Pirate Cove, so we sack it. And now we'll be able to move through it and get to the water. He gets Colossal Strike, feels good. Blunderbuss for huge damage without losing too much range. Valkia got taken out? Wow. Alright, so if we go here, then Elithanar will catch us and kill us. Probably. Alright, so we can't replenish while we're at sea, I guess. Only when we're at land, which makes sense. Well. I wonder if you can recruit lords from pirate coves. Because Elithanar can probably just go... No, he's not going to chase us through the ocean. That's alright then. Grab this cargo. get a little bit of free food here. And then try to go around to this side and mess with their lands there. Maybe raise their capital. That would show them. No, their capital's the monoliths. Well, you know, importantly, we're not upside down anymore. But Malekith is chasing me. Well, you know what a pirate would do about it. Run away! Oh, and of course, the animation speed has reset again for the third time. Ha ha ha! Now they'll never catch us! We're gonna zoom down here and we'll be able to do some raiding and reaving over on this side of things. Good, good. But going up the red line, maybe we should have went to Lightning Strike instead. I don't know. It's hard to say. What isn't hard to say is that Mazdamundi is not going to be happy that I'm here. And okay, we're able to get... Maybe it's because the sea is neutral that we can get there, and it was just like the angry seas we couldn't get replenishment in. Oh, we can't go up that side anymore. I've made a mistake. Well, you know. Pirate navigation is based on, you know, beliefs rather than maps or something. How often can you use the sea lanes? It would be super funny if we're just like diving under the ocean every now and then. Alright, so... We've got this mission to beat a Dark Elf army, wherever they may be. Alright, so Mazda's got 11 things. He's at war with Yon Bo, so if we can just go down and find wherever their border is, and then start making friends with Cathay, and then that would be pretty amazing too. Just pirate things. You gotta find the weak links. But maybe we should just start reaving through Morathi. Nah. The Yonbo thing's more fun. And fighting lizardmen seems like it'll be a nightmare. And that'll be fun too. Ah, here we go. Now, Yonbo is on the back foot here. However, he won't remain thus for long. Not if we're here to help. So these armies, you know, if we had to fight two of them, that'd be super rough. If we had to fight this one army, that might be super rough. But maybe we can find a way to pirate them up. Maybe we can find a way to be a tricksy little opera singer about all of it. Is that Mazdamundi on his Stegodon? It is. Alright, so we've got a bad thing. We lose some money, and we have to choose between lower armor or worse weapon strength. We'll take that. We do get plus 10 leadership for the whole army from this this ancillary, which is very good indeed. And we didn't even have these on, which feels terrible. And we get another Fencer's Blades. Excellent, you know. we get these all over the place, but look, 10-10 is just good, you know. You can't be upset with a 10-10. Alright, so here Mazda's going down that way. If we just go here, though... Oh, no! Okay, he gets back into the army. I'm like, no, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. It'll be fine, though. Alright, so... where do we want to go from here? We can give 20% ward save to a unit. That... yeah, we'll probably go to this this region. I mean, why not? And we'll get more army ability uses, which is, you know, generically very nice. And then next round, we're gonna show these lizard men who's boss. We're gonna really upset them. Our Pirate Cove income is tiny. It is 240. Hey, look. We're also stealing their money, and that's good. No. Yes. We're stealing their money, and that's good. Nagarond would have been a better place to take, but that one will do just fine. All right, if we go here, how far will they be able to run? Oh, we're already not able to get there. Yeah, moving here to be able to choose which area we go in to press the advantage. That'll be where we want to go. Because ideally, we'll burn Hexoatl down and put the lizards heavily on the back foot. And it looks like we're going to get away with it. The vampiric corruption spreads. This army is like a corruption bomb. We do... Yeah, it's 20... 26, 30? Yeah, whenever I'm around, the corruption of the vampires definitely gets into the land in no time at all. Yeah, they're about to get their level 5 settlement, so I think, yeah, just burning it down right now is going to set them so far back. And we get a ton of money. Everything a guy could need. And I don't think they're going to be able to press the advantage here, which means we're going to be able to get all of our stuff put back together again. It also means it's time to upgrade the army a little bit more. We want some Morngulls with us over the Hulks. No, we're about to get Rotting Prometheans, aren't we? But they take 2-turn recruitment, so maybe we're not about to get them. Yeah, we'll just take one Morngul to help anchor the line a little bit more. Couple of monsters, couple of front line, a big beat squad of heroes. Just a devastating beat squad of heroes. You know, every campaign where I do well at all is based around one thing and one thing only, and that is a Death Star. And it gives us more melee defense when defending, which is itself, you know, pretty good. We're not going to spend the money on that because we've already got the additional uses, and I think we're going to be wanting to spend the money on, you know, other stuff soon. Also, we, like, you know, maybe we burn this one down because I'm like, we can't even get our unique building here, but, you know, that, you get slightly too many things to be able to use in your boat, in your horde. Which would be fine if you were like a smart person and could make choices, but me, I'm like, I want it all. I want the world. I want the whole world. Give it to me now. Alright, so here we're in a bit of a bad spot. If we push on, we'll get negative leadership everywhere. If we do this, we'll get less movement, and then we'll die for not being able to run. We do get the Talisman of Preservation, though. Of course, we didn't get to recover our troops at all there. But Talisman of Preservation on Cylostra is going to make her much, much nicer. Extinguished Phoenix Pinion. Fire resistant, spell resist. I mean, could be okay, but... Crown of Command. 60% higher aura size is meaningless, and I don't care, yeah. We're going to take this Talisman. A little bit of a barrier goes a long way on a unit that doesn't take a lot of damage. We're going to flee all the way up into the Dark Elf lands to heal. It slows us down again. I am so annoyed. Because we know the lizards can't get up there to fight us, and this is going to give us that one turn of healing that we desperately need. And then if they want to move up further, then we can just go and probably take the fight. But, you know, I don't know how far up into this land they're going to want to go. I don't think Marathi's going to be that happy with me traipsing on her land, but it doesn't matter. Anything that makes Marathi happy is bad. She's bad. Maybe we'll pay Marathi next time. Nah. I'm not good with Dark Elves. I'm not good with anything, but, you know, what are you going to do? Oh, we still have Storm and Reef attrition? How embarrassing. And we're going to be able to get Depth Guard after this. And, of course, having, like... And then you can get Halberds later on. Depth Guard are, you know, armored. They're elite infantry for the coast. They're not amazing. They are fine. They're just not great. But they don't understand that I'm, like, a pirate, so I'll just leave, you know? Like, I don't care about starting these dumb wars. They don't bother me. We get 25 missile resist for all armies. Because, you know, the Galleon's graveyard is kind of calling my name. And I think we just might go knock upon its door. Oh, the Admiral. Oh, that's not my foe. That's the other one. Got a little shipwreck to search here. Here we're gonna have to fight a guy. So there we go. We're gonna explore the island, and we get into just a little battle with a little vampire coast force. We're not gonna bother fighting it. It's kind of small, isn't it? And what do we get for our trouble and pain? Oh, 5 grand and some experience. I mean, can't beat that with a stick. There's the Sword of Cain. There's all these high elves that are probably going to declare war on us pretty soon. Is this neutral seas? Yeah. Oh, no replenishment available. The Great Ocean. Here, the replenishment is available. And actually, they shouldn't really hate us. Oh, they don't like that we were fighting the lizards. Well, you know, what are you going to do? They already got Hexawaddle back, but importantly, it's at Tier 1, not Tier 4, so we probably hurt them pretty good. How's the war going in the north? It looks like Grumby is doing okay. It doesn't look like he's doing great. You know, this is a lot of armies. Malekith only has 3... Okay, yeah, Malekith only has 3 settlements left, though, so that is all to the good. Hagrafe Pirate Cove is starting to kick off a little bit and make 500 a turn, so, you know, after 10 turns it plays for itself. Marathi is on Ulthuan trying to show them what's up. We'll see how that goes for him. It's a bold strategy. Oh. Well, they want to brawl. So some of our army is a little beat up, but mostly it's fine. Their leader is just a skink chief, just like a, see, a red crested one maybe. AP and anti-large. Yeah, red crested skinks, that's right. Alright, so we've got 1 unit of Temple Guard. We got some skirmishers. They're not going to do well against us. Got a Blessed Horned one. That would be potentially scary. We've got Basties and Steggies. And an Ancient Salamander. The thing about a Stegodon is I think it loses the artillery duel to a Carronade pretty handily. And these deck gunners are going to be able to absolutely melt the Pterodon fire leech bows. Those aren't going to do anything, so it won't be too tough to get this taken care of. And, hey, a battle. Looks like there's going to be like a mountain in the middle. That curvature is fine for us and not great for them because they are wanting more straight shots. I mean, we got a powder army, but we got Queen Bessie. But yeah, so Mourngol halberd in the wings there. Make that one into that group. Cylostra in the front to soak up the damage and eat the hate up. Queen Bess in the Carronade deep set. Paladin over here to run into dudes that try to flank on that side, if they try to flank on that side. Deck Gunners for the back here. Potentially a vulnerable army. They don't have that many units on the field is the thing, and a lot of what they do have is not going to shape up well against us. And you can see from the battlefield that they know it's not going to shape up well against us. They're already coming across the field. But we are going to get our damn knights out and get them punching in, because after all, the longer we keep them engaged here, the longer we are going to do just fine against the foe. Just charge here, just send them all flying. Because of course what we're going to do now is begin I thought we were going to hit them before the bolas opened up. It looks like we're not going to get away with it. Here, we're going to charge in. That was a bad cast. We're going to take it back by casting that one instead. Boom, baby. They're not going to get through the trees. These are the Coldbone Riders. You know, they're good, but they're not... They don't want to be fighting in the trees in general. They're a solid unit, but they don't want to be taking the fight that they're taking here. Same for these Coldbone Riders. Like, they're fighting Sirens. That is a terrible, terrible fight for them. We need to get... The vampire fighting... Nope, that's not a large guy. We need to pop the Hornswoggle, hit the Spirit Leech, and get the vampire away. Oh my goodness, they're getting chunked. Alright, we're gonna drop a summon to come in our retreat here, to cover our retreat here, and hopefully get out alive. Jeez. Importantly, though, the gun line is 100% online. Does she lose Strider when she goes on the crab? She loses Strider when she goes on the crab. That's really bad. We shouldn't be fighting in these trees. But we get all of that bashed in, and we're just going to go here. Summon units doing fine. These bolas are diving the guns. That's like a move. Certainly a choice. These Cold One Riders, man, they didn't want to break. You know, they got very high leadership. They're the premier cavalry units, you know, that they've got access to, but we've got some punch of our own, you know. Should have had this this vampire in here who doesn't have Strider and shouldn't be fighting in the trees. Oh, these Cold One Riders dove onto Queen Bess. This is a disaster, because I didn't notice it in time. But hopefully we'll be able to mop this up before too long. Yeah, there we go. Queen Bess stabilized, so we're fine. Just trying to get the kills on these big units before they get away. How fast are they? Faster than me, faster than me. Because I would just love to get this whole army off of the field here. Take the fleet captain off of the crab. Yeah, that's fair. You know, they get AP when they go on it, though, and they get a ton of armor. They don't have a lot of hit points, but they do have 120 armor. And she's got a sword that gives her 60 bonus versus large. So that's basically why I was doing it, is because the idea was that I wouldn't be getting her stuck in against a skink priest, but that she would be with, like, you know, like a unit of halberds on the flank to support there. But do we want to invo anyone? I mean, too late to do it. Because Cylostra loses the physical resist when she goes onto the Leviathan. But she, of course, gets the Leviathan, not a crab. So instead of 4,500 HP, she gets 10k and 150 armor. But yeah, she loses the ethereal quality when she goes on the crab, because the crab's not ethereal. So she loses Strider and she loses that big fizz resist. And Zlatada runs home, his skink tail tucked between his skink legs. Never should have come here. You never had me. You never had your car. You never had a grand plan. Bunch of chumps. Yeah, because she has 15 fizz resist only, which 10 is probably from somewhere, and then 5 is, you know... Five's from the faction thing. Maybe she has like 10. But yeah. Yeah, and then it also, I'm pretty sure it makes her, yeah, it takes away her 100% AP as well, because it gives her Leviathan crab stats rather than her own. I don't know. I kind of want him on the crab. She's a lady, you know. She's got the Wormslayer sword. It'll be all right. It might be. We're gonna give her this Crown of Command for the leadership aura size, and the spell shield, and this for a big ol' 35 spell resist. Not that it matters. And we get Hornswoggle, excellent. We get Pyromaniac. We never remember to use all of his abilities, but they are good. Mourngulls have like a very solid tree all around. Like you can keep on taking stuff forever in it. It almost isn't worth her having it on it either. It's because I have regeneration that I'm for it. Because it's not that fast, but it's got 10,000 hit points, and she's got 170 armor. And it's a big bullet sponge, and you don't have to worry about her dying, because again, she's got regeneration from the sword. She's got expert charge defense. Somehow. You know, she gets immune to flanking on it. Yeah, she could get beat on, but I think, you know, I think I like her on the Leviathan, even if it's not the right choice. I like the mounts. But yeah, the Vampire Fleet Captain probably belongs on foot, because they probably could do way better on foot than on the crab. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because here, you know, they lose 1,000 hit points, and they lose the AP, but they'll also lose the ability to get beat on by everybody and their dog when they're here embedded in the halberds, and that'll help them do their 60 bonus versus large, you know, more often. Like, I don't think they can reinforce him here, so we're just gonna swing on in, and yeah, he won't be able to run, and we'll be able to mop up this army. Look at her there on her little stage. Plus, she's got a little stage on the back to float around and sing on. What's not to like? Literally, what's not to like? And if this guy wants to try to prosecute a battle against us, well, that'll be an interesting one, because he's got a whole bunch of scary beasties. But he may not even be able to catch us. All hands hoy! Which gives us a big ol' weapon and AP and leadership buff around, which seems, you know, fine. The leadership seems, I mean, actually good for this purpose, because... And this dude's gonna get up to, like, just comical levels of damage on this Gunnery White. You'll usually value survivability over damage on a hero, but probably because you used to having dwarfs getting backlines. Yeah, you know, this backline is very strong too. We got deck gunners, and they're amazing. Deck gunners are very, very, very good. And now we've got gold handguns as well, so basically they're doing twice as much damage as they used to. And we grab another Queen Bess. Can we get another one in this army? I don't think they're capped. And 2 would be, I mean, fine. Because we need to find a place to go to land so we can get a depth guard or 2. Probably 2, and then in a couple of turns, yeah, we need 16 growth points here, so in a couple of turns we'll be able to get that, and then we'll be able to get the top tier of all the stuff, you know. We'll be able to get Necrofex Colossi, we'll be able to get all the good stuff. And of course, this does give us weapon melee defense when defending, which probably helped out there. Queen Bess is capped being an ROR, but there's a way to get more than one. Okay. It's like I thought I remembered doing it at some point once upon a time, but... Alright, and we get to fight. These Basties have 240 range, which is less than my deck gunners and barely more than my hand gunners. Of course, this is a very large monster core, but we have what I would call a decent place to fight. Because this is going to protect our artillery more than it's going to protect theirs. Alright, so we'll put these guys together here. And they're not hidden. Oh, these trees are very sparse, okay. Morngul's in the back. Bartholomew to get into a brawl early. Cylostra to choke up the middle. Handguns here, because they're hidden in the trees. Good stuff. And we'll have all of these guys to press out there. And if they try to flank all the way over there, then we can probably respond in time. Probably. They don't have that many fast things. They just got the monsters. So I think we're just gonna do this. We've got a whole lot of the army abilities. They recognize that they don't want to be messing with me, I think. They're gonna charge right into the North Shore. Oh yeah, show me the cannons. Boom, baby. And we're going to shoot right into these Razordons. You know, it's decent. Doesn't do nothing. And we're actually going to charge into the horned ones over there just to dissuade them from getting any closer, right? And if they want to try to shoot their big monstrous beasties through the trees, then I'll let them, because, again, we're doing okay. We're going to get her to that side. Promethean summon in the front, probably more important than a little bit of damage. Overcast a Tide Call here and hope for something big. This Basti is fighting us. That's not smart for it, but it's not great for us either. And we are beginning to take a lot of damage here. And like I'm trying to use my abilities here. Alright, the good news is that we have gotten them out of the way. The horned ones on the side. The bad news is that all of these chameleon skinks are just shooting my guys for free. And Queen Bess is shooting at a bunch of chumps rather than where she wants to be. The good news is that now we are about to drop it like it is absolutely hot. The Van Geist Revenge. The Wind of Doom. Oh, it's gonna do it. There we go. There's my boy. There's my boat. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Ha ha ha. Oh, truly a wonderful time. Crocs in the trees. They're not going to like these fights, though. We're going to go Colossal Strike. We're going to go Potion of Toughness. That was bad. That one gives you HP. We're going to drop the Songs of Enthrallment. All hands ahoy. Cylostra just having a freaking party here. Sirens are getting beat up by these skinks forever. It'll be fine. This Basti wants some of the smoke. This Gunnery White is, like, not doing anything. All of these guys have sort of given up their brawls. Bartholomew is doing wonderfully. Our deck gunners are feasting a little bit. Our hand gunners are shooting as they get through the trees. You know, this is great. This is great. This is everything I wanted. And she is coming in hot. Hornswoggle him. Don't let him get away. He's got 10k HP, this Source Old Blood does, but he is not ready for this. Come on in, hit him. Rambutan going on down. He lived a long time, this Saurus did. But he won't live forever. No, no, no. Croxy's getting beat up. Damned Paladin absolutely putting the hurt on. So you use a Rebelling General to take it. I see. I see. The capturing of the artillery, yeah. Because you can capture other factions' artillery too, but it'll sometimes convert it into like a culturally appropriate one. And sometimes not. Like once upon a time I definitely got like a mortar from the Empire with a faction that wasn't the Empire. And I was like, why couldn't this have been, you know, a field gun? You know, they're trying to waddle away. But he'll be able to just beat up on this Basti because he's got 100% armor piercing, right? And then with Colossal Strike active, he's got 36 bonus first large. And of course, they can't really run when he's on him either, so at least we get that monster mopped up. The army abilities help out a bunch too. And you also need the open slot to capture it. Yeah, that makes sense. And whoever does that, you know, if you're not intentionally planning for it. I did see a Reddit post today where you can like steal legendary heroes from your military allies and their factions, and that actually seems like the most fun thing in the world. You borrow their army, and then while you're in the battle, you make the legendary hero fall, and then they go into your pool or something like that. Which, you know, never fix it. I want to keep that forever. That's good stuff. Alright, yeah, so he really messed up here. So they sent their two armies that were in this area at us, and that means we're going to be able to now just turn right around, raid Skeggy, not have to worry about a backup army, I don't think. And we get another Fencer's Blade, and we get the Lost Sea Shanty first verse. Which is all the way over there. Yeah, and also if they're immortal, yeah. Still a Thanor, Master Engineer off of Gromby. Dude, what a blessing it is to have a military ally like Grombrindle, you know. What a true joy. So here we grab Skeggy, we pirate cove it. Recover our dudes, and then we'll just sack it next time to get to the ocean. Or sack it to move out here for more coves, because, I mean, you know, why not? Pirate Cove so we can steal some of their income, or... Because you do the steal, and then, you know, you sack it the next turn, and all of a sudden they're lower for, like, ever. But, hey, what are you going to do? And it takes, like, forever to pay off, but... I mean... It's not like you're in a hurry to do anything. Vampiro goes immortal. This dude gets 1.1k on his missile damage. The gunnery white's actually pretty... They're pretty solid because they've got the Prometheans, so they're a little higher up, so it's actually a lot easier for them to get line of sight than a foot character. Sort of like how engineers in the Empire, once you give them a horse, like that little bit of a verticality just goes a super long way. Rapid decomposition, rotten weather, and it's making all of my zombies fall apart and get low. You know, that... Sometimes that's how it goes. Pop it, sack it, lock it, squeeze it. Yeah, these guys are in for some real trouble, because they sent a couple armies at me, and it didn't work, right? And now they got vampiric attrition in their own lands. Oh, they'll hate that. Yes, they certainly will. We're going to upgrade that. Man, I just really wish I could take a depth guard, but like 2 turns is too long. It's just too long to wait here. Later on we'll get them, you know. Maybe once we get to level 5, you know, we'll stop for a little bit and get, you know, all of the good things, you know. We'll grab a Rotting Leviathan. I mean, probably not. They're not very good. They're great as a mount for Cylostra. But of course, our hero core is getting stronger and stronger all the time. Dread Incarnate's really good. -4 leadership to all enemies in the local province is just wonderful. Do we want another gunnery white in the army, though? That would put us at 6 heroes. That feels like too many. I mean, these animated hulks don't do any work. But... we should try to... Well, no, I mean, we could do her quest battle after we get her army elited up a little bit. I was just like, man, I wish you could have, like, a flying lord as vampires. And I'm like, oh, wait, Luther Harkin, you can. Alright, so we're going to take huge movement over other stuff. We get our immunity to the stuff. Oh, and when we get a bunch of income, which will never happen, we'll get a Slayer banner and a Moonshine, which is a classic pirate brew. Alright, so Admiral is Astrolabe. And these guys do have shipbuilding. but we can't support another army right now, so there's really not a point. But this guy, yeah, so he gets 15% weapon strength and 10% phys resist to the army. So yeah, I mean, we could get one of these, the one that gets growth, and then stick him at the, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll go and take the Galleon's Graveyard. We'll stick him there. It'll increase the growth, and then he can build up his ship, and then later, when we want to reave out among the world, he'll be able to do that. Now, this ward save banner, I think pretty good. 20% ward save for even one unit seems like it's worth grabbing, because we can just throw it on, like, a Depth Guard or a Cylostra. We get yet another Fencer's Blades. I think we are all wearing them now. Of course, that means we'll be able to burn it into a better item soon. A Cove and Hexawaddle. I did burn it down, and I don't actually think you can get one there. You can only build a cove where there's a port, and I believe Hexawaddle doesn't have one. Yeah, Hexy's not on a port, because it looks like it's by the water, but it's got these nice sheer cliffs. It's actually built at a wonderful place, you know. You got defensibility here between the forest and the mountain in there. It's like it's a real good, you know, there's a lot of places built in Warhammer that wouldn't be good to build in Warhammer, but this one's good. I think we are going to go ahead and burn Hexy down again. We burned it down just a few turns ago, but no, we'll do that. And we get a Bloodied Banner of Slayers. Yeah, and we're just gonna raise it again. You know, just to let them know where it's at. This Banner of Knights, I think, is less good than the Banner of Slayers, because the Banner of Slayers... Oh, she already put it on. No, we've got enough for all of them. Alright, so the Banner of Slayers, we can throw that on, like, you know, the Sirens, or on Depth Guard later on, like the ones that don't have halberds. But I think we'll probably just throw it on Sirens, and then they'll be like anti-large Sirens, you know, 10-10 bonus. Not bad. Not bad at all. And then we'll take the bonuses to the elite so that when they show up, they'll feel very elite about it. Take the big missile resist. Whoops. Oh, man. Oh, that's okay. Okay, so you can dig, but at the end, and then you can still go into your stance. That's not so bad. We will need a ton of money for this. It's 20 grand, but hey, it's also going to let us, you know, get to the top, so. Elithanar. Hey! Well, you know, you want peace with me, but how about peace with Grombrindle? Oh, I don't know if you can make them make peace with your guys, can you? Yeah, we don't really want that, because I want to go up and start punching him. We need to go save Gromby. I wanted to go take the Galleon's Graveyard, but I think it's more important that we go up and start pushing back the foes. I hate to leave without putting a pirate cove down in these places, but I mean, I don't have to. We could just take a couple more turns. Yeah. Can we get to Swamp Town? No, not yet. Alright, so Banner of Slayers on them. It should give them Unbreakable as well. That would be amazing. And this is like a minor one, so we're just going to do the one where you get the flat amount, because I think that one won't ever make good money for the other side of things. Alright, so we've got all of that, and now, at last, we're going to take our our route towards lightning strike. As long as he's not dead, we can sell it back. Yeah, I mean, he does have like 8 things. You know, he's got enemies all around, but he's a dwarf. Oh man, that army is sick. Look at it. Bugman's Rangers, Quarters, Grudge Rakers to follow. Oh man, good stuff. Why am I playing this when I just want to play dwarves? You know, we could always go and try to find Mazda Mundi and get the most underwhelming trait in the entire game. Just the most underwhelming trait. Leadership aura size. Get out of here. Heyo! Another talisman of preservation. Do not mind if I do. Sticking him to 40% ward save and 60% physical resist, so I think you cap at 90, so Robert Bartholomew is, well, he's arrived alright. I don't think he needs this potion of toughness anymore. But it does allow him to heal in ways that these other guys can't. Well, we could just invo people. Like, we have all these treasure maps. Alright, so to find what you seek, do not be so meek, for the guardian stands proud, so tall that its head is in the clouds. So it looks like we need to dig in Maku Peaks. There. And none of these other ones are around here. I don't even know what you get for digging. It's probably nothing good enough to justify it. Because if it was good, I would probably know. But, you know, that's not necessarily true. I would just probably know. I love the idea of what we did earlier, which was just diving under the ocean, reaving over here, making an enemy of Mazda Mundi for no reason at all other than that he was in front of us, making a decent amount of money, and then we're just gonna go off into the distance again. Just vampire things. Gunline with range and reload time reduction? Yeah. That would give what? Just like a billion range? 196 range to these guys. Man. Pretty good. And, wait, what? What? Oh, the settlement building counts my settlement. Amazing. Alright, so we get Ranger's Quiver and sort of anti-heroes. Most of these things aren't as good as they could be, but, you know, sort of anti-heroes is good. So the Quiver, this dude's never going to run out of ammo. But sort of anti-heroes, you know, because this, you lose the attack, but you get, when you pop it, you get like a ton more damage. So I think probably better, and that'll let us burn these together and hopefully get this, which is better than that. Alright, so we'll just take the Obsidian Blade for 100 AP damage thrown on him. And he gets the quiver, and we can throw this... Like, who needs the defense? This guy. He doesn't need restock anymore, because he wants to be outgoing around. We want the restock ability on the vampire, who wants to chill in the back. For a turn... Getting the upgrade. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because it reduces the army upkeep pretty considerably. And then it's also going to let us get to level 5 in these for another 5% reduction. But, of course, that's 10 grand. We might not spend it right now. Taurox, so, you know, we'll see. Oh, nobody's home? About to be a real shame for them. Mazda's all the way over there. It looks like if he goes all the way here, he'll be able to prosecute the fight. It also looks like he'll have a really bad time if he does it. This is an army without anything fast in it. Mazda's got 11k HP, but he'll be fallen before too long. You'll see. 50% damage reduction isn't too much against the amount of guns I can bring to bear. That buried treasure, right, is still the worst thing in the game. It's so bad. Center also really easy to shoot. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, he at least has the mount. I don't think any other slans get a stego. I might be mistaken. I don't think they do, right? It's like the skink priests or whatever that get them for the other lords. But yes, slan in general are easy to shoot, but Mazda will be very easy to shoot on that stegodon. We'll just get him distracted, you know, in the front, and then, well... Faction destroyed. We did not win the thing. Somebody else beat them first. Mazda doesn't want to brawl. You know, he can't get a better army there. He does have, like, Blessed Saurus warriors, which is super rough. But, you know, with the amount of magic we can bring to bear, we can do something against him. Yonbo, you know, he's in trouble, but we'll just find a way to make him fine again, you know. We'll make right what Mazda's made wrong. I don't want to go here to Shrine to Sotek because we can mess up Mazda Mundi more by doing this. And we'll just raise it. Yeah. Gotta drop their big buildings down. Yeah, we could just swing down here and then we can get an alliance with Yonbo, which will be objectively very excellent. Mazda's not going to have the distance to be able to get to us here, which means with our amazing replenishment, we immediately get back up to it. Alright, so we need to break this one, yeah. This grows the pirate crew, but it also, you know, like, it gives you unit experience per turn, which is fine, but it's not that much. Malachi's experience per turn is like 300. The Vampire Coast top level experience per turn is 80. But we need one for her unique building, which is going to give us a big leadership boost throughout the army, among some other considerations. It's going to be very nice. No notable battles in the past here. It's like sometimes you can walk up to a thing and it'll have, like, the biggest battle of all time that happened, and you can just, like, get a whole army out of it. Of course, now we're finally revenue positive after all this time. Lord Mazda. Wanting to brawl. And, of course, with Vampiric Corruption, because our army leaves a ton of it in its wake. It only takes a couple of turns in a province to totally ruin it. Corruption-wise. Look how far they have traveled to try to fight me. The sisters are all the way down here. Maybe they're not at war with anybody else. Maybe they still remember that I burned their tree down. Yeah, they're not at war with anybody else, so they have nothing to do but walk through Marathi's lands and get her mad at them. Maybe they went around. Well, you know, they do hate each other, so they'll probably get into it before too long. Anyway, but with that person there to reinforce Mazda, we do want to get out of there. We can just keep on running south here and we'll be fine. The vampiric corruption is really going to mess with their abilities to press this fight, you know. They're going to need to slow down, because, yeah, look at that. I mean, just a little chunk here and there, and pretty soon you're talking real damage. Alright, so we have a terrifying army. Cold One Spear Riders times 5. Man, this is... It's like, I want to not fight it because I'm bad, but I think we should fight it for the fun of it. Like, we could just auto-attack it and win, but I think it'll be more sporting to see how bad this can go. Because they are very easily going to just overrun the lines. But the thing about Cylostra plus Bartholomew is no one here has magic damage. Yeah, no one here has magic damage, so Bartholomew is going to be able to immediately go up and start being a menace to everyone. He's just going to, like, clog the middle of the army. Basties have it on their ranged weapon, but no one else has it. Alright, so we're going to go over here and just try to fight some of them there. High ground is not really so good for us. Maybe back here. I mean, that's not really so good for us either. Yeah, this whole area seems terrible, too. We could just bring the deck gunners back and deep set them, though. Everything about this setup feels deeply stupid. Mongols to support there, and I'm like, actually, no, we'll have these guys in the tree here, you know, there, and then this one will have these. We need guard mode off for these, because we do want to have them chase a little bit. Alright, let's see how we can get just straight up charge in there. Just immediate night charge here. And Robert's just gonna charge absolutely right in and see what we can get out of it. It's probably gonna go great. It's probably going to go super great. That was bad. We recorrect it there. That one's bad too. We recorrect it here. This one will work. And these Cold One Riders get absolutely dunked on by something. We're going to run Cylostra in. Oh, that's right. We never repositioned these guys. Cylostra brawling. We got like Croxies on her. This is a terrible, terrible fight. She's getting shot by artillery, but importantly, the more that are fighting us, the less that are getting through to our lines, which are actually, you know, in danger. If we can get a summon here, or even right here to slow them up. Yeah, because this red-crested skink chief does not want any of it. Like, they're getting beat down. They're getting beat down bad. And there we go. The Prometheans get on him. Oh, no, they just went around. They just went around. Disaster. Maybe it'll be okay. Oh yeah, no, we're fine. We're fine. They're like running away. Who knows why? Oh, for the cycle charge. That makes sense. Well, we are going to start dropping our abilities here. Cackle Fruit. Shoot them with your magic missile. Boom, baby. Oh, these deck gunners aren't hitting anything at all. Good. Great. Importantly, though, Cylostra, I've lost sight of her, and she is getting dunked on and shot. She's also fine. The animated Hulks are being menaces. This Morgul Hunter is absolutely putting the hurt on. Our backline has been defended-ish. No, it hasn't. We're going to get the vampire here into the main body of the fight. Because the thing is, though, is that Cylostra is fine. Bartholomew is just putting the hurt on. We're going to just put in there on the solar engine. Yeah. We have a hardy enough hero core where, you know, these anti-large sirens really would have been doing good against crossovers this whole time. The Bastillodon is fighting here. We're going to Hornswoggle it. We're going to drop this Spirit Leech that we've got bound there. And we're going to do a zombie summon. That'll show him. And of course, now that we've got the melee support there, she'll be in better shape for dealing with our foes a little bit here. Now, Bartholomew, putting the beat down on. Oh, yeah. Can't believe they wanted to brawl. I don't think they did. I think we took this fight, didn't we? But yeah, goes super well. Our, our army has reached its final form. Not really the final form, but final enough, you know. My power level is approximately 8,000, which is not as impressive as it could be, but it's still pretty good. Beating these Croxies down. Because again, you gotta... I don't actually remember what the context of this is. Was I fighting someone? Was I being attacked? But importantly, we have dealt with a big army with a bunch of monsters and cavalry and stuff, and without really getting too damaged by it. Our incredibly hardy front line of regenerating beast mode Cylostra and effectively an invulnerable undead paladin. He's like the Green Knight, but for this faction, you know. Good stuff indeed. Yeah, 5 Croxies and 6 units of cavalry and 3 monsters, and we just, you know, put the herd on. The animated Hulks held up for a while. It's all they gotta do. Good stuff. Alright, yeah. And we're too far for them to reinforce down in even a turn or two. And we need 5 population surplus for that, so we'll have to wait. And there's the pole arms, and this is going to get us... Yeah, here we go. The Necrofex Colossus authorization. And this is going to take all of our money away, but reduce our upkeep worth. Alright, so there we make 30 grand, we drop 30 grand, but... You know, the more you get, the more you spend. Ain't that the way it always goes? I mean, not for me. I try to save. I try to gently tell people that you should be ready for things to get worse before they get better. And that's why I try to not spend all my money unless I'm playing Total War where it doesn't matter and I can just restart. Carnamilk and Fikrik are trying to run down here, but it's gonna be fine. And we're gonna make a good friend with Yonbo here. It's gonna be wonderful, and we're gonna be able to go to the north and be like, hey, Grombrindle, we've made friends with somebody. It's not a dwarf, but it's not an elf. Head of High Sentinel here. Pirate Cove established. High Sentinel's not the major one, so we'll take the minor building. Gambler's Armor. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. $15 armor, 10 ward save. Gotta love it. And we're about to get that ward save banner as well. Oh, that was a thing that said reduces the amount of time it takes to recruit. Oh, that's just for all the hulking things. Oh, and it's local recruitment too. Well, I think that would apply to me. But if we don't get a depth guard there, then it's not worth doing for me. It's like, because we could take this upkeep reduction. There's a lot of stuff we could take, but... Yeah, like, Fizz Resist on those is very good. We don't have any in our army yet, but we're gonna get some. We'll take this one first, because that'll go for Mongols and the Prometheans, and that'll go double, but no, we gotta finish that up first. What am I? 8 turns researching it, and then right before it finishes up, I'm like, why don't we just get rid of it? Wouldn't that be a sight? Huh. Shares experience between all other active heroes of the same type. Well, there aren't any other active heroes of the same type. Doesn't seem that good. Missile resist. Fine. Zombie summon. Man, I really want some depth guard in my army. They're so cool looking. They're very heavy metal, but they only have 7,800, hit points. They got 60 models. They don't, like, they die. They do have the hunger and frenzy, so, like, that's good. Like, the hunger's really good, but it's not the same as, like, having regen all the time. They're only regenerating when they're fighting. And, of course, we can heal them with our vampire caster if we think to. And vampire magic does regenerate them the whole way. It brings them back revivified. Someone had a really long turn there. And, man, if we fought that garrison, it would take a long time. Can we just go around? Oh, yeah, we can go around the right side of the mountain here. Ha! Get wrecked. Oh, so the pyramid is how you pass between there. But we'll just go here. Yeah, we'll, if they want to have all their armies up there, like, they are not prepared. Is this a corn? Oh. Oh! This is where he lives. Oh. I have not faced Skulltaker in battle, but I have seen him play in competitive PvP matches, and he really hurts people when he hits them, like, just real bad. Gromby is doing not great defending here, but okay. He has basically all the land that he used to have. It's really hard for high elves and dark elves to efficiently move through there. And actually, with us taking half of Hagreif's money, it's not so bad, because I think Malekith just has 3 provinces, and he doesn't even have the complete province that Nagarond is in, which means that, his economy will be in bad shape. But Crone Helbron is ascendant with 15 over there, so, Gromby is got his work cut out for him, but hopefully we'll be able to come in here, make an alliance with Yon Bo, and, leverage that with some leverage. Here we go. We get our 20% ward save banner. Yeah, that 20% is real good, though. Yeah, because we're about to get that gunnery mob thing, right? Like, as soon as we... Yeah, as soon as we wait for 2 turns, we're going to be able to get that. So we might as well start researching that. 20% is very good indeed. Alright, so Temple of Kara here. Because if these guys chase us, then we'll beat them. And they're going to be running through vampiric lands. Oh, that's so brutal. This corruption is actually really wonderful for the effects it's having on their ability to chase after us. But no, I think we just go here. Sack it, take it. Get that money. Yeah, because when we stop, we're going to be able to get, like, a Promethean gunnery mob or 2. Just change the deckhands out for depth guard. I don't think we want to even use regular ones. I mean, they're fine, but, anti-infantry, maybe having 1 would be good. But I just think, these guys with their massive 28 bonus first large might be solid too. Alright, we're going to... Yeah, I'm not sure what connects here, but we're going to figure it out. This will give us even more movement range. We're going to be in a great spot as far as that goes before too long. Go on account, which gives me more stuff, and then, you know, we'll take... Yeah, eventually those bottom lines, and then end up right at level 50 with some blue skills as well. You know, when your lord doesn't have a yellow line, it does free you up to take both your magic and your red line and your blue line, because blue line's so good, but, you know, you feel underwhelmed by it often. If you're me. But this has been very fruitful, you know, because honestly, Lizardmen armies are a lot easier to deal with for my army than Elf armies are. Elf armies have really good missiles, and Lizardmen don't. They do have some missiles and decent artillery, but they don't have great missiles, and, you know, that really works to our advantage here. Grab this. We're going to sack it for the cash, then occupy it, and try to... see if Yonbo can get it from here, and if not, then we'll, go down that way, and there's, oh, the pirate Dark Elf is down there. Look here. I think that's his flag. Look here, Felhart. 1,000 Maws. Maybe that's Rakarth. Look here's in Cathay now, isn't he? Yeah, yeah. That's right, you get a little missile resist in that tree. They've already got a lot. Like, this dude has 15 ward, 15 fizz, and 47 missile. I mean, that's 77 resistance to non-magical missile attacks. That's, they call that pretty good where I hail from. So, can we do this in exchange for a military alliance? And that. And, well, we'll let you keep your money if you're that broke. Huzzah! Now we just need to make sure really quick that Grombrindle doesn't get mad about these gifts. Okay, he is totally agnostic as to these presents. Of course, our, his attitude is diminishing with us, which is sad. We gotta get back up there and start doing stuff he cares about. It's weird that it dropped so fast. Oh, it won't let us give away the monument because it's the only place that we have. Right. But, you know, Yonbo, we're gonna bring him back. We're gonna be pals. We're gonna get an outpost somewhere. We're gonna do everything we need to do. Yeah, so if I do this now, I can get a Celestial Lion. Like a flying thing? That seems pretty good. What can we get from Grombeam?
Works for me. Throw in some ale when you're talking. Agreed.
Oh my goodness. Oh. Gee. I mean, like, do we want a troll hammer torpedo? Do we? I don't even, like, do you just get slayers? I think, yeah, you would just get slayers or dragon slayers whenever he gets access to them someday. Like, does he have anything even cooler somewhere? No. Well, we're going to build it here at the... I'm like, we should figure out where the place is that he's probably not going to get ruined. Yeah, that seems fine. It's like, man, Cathay's got some cool units, and I could definitely see how fun it would be to bring, like, one of them around. Alright, good stuff. Alliance is made, of course. Yonbo does get vampiric attrition from my presence. Sorry, bro. Look, you're gonna forgive me for it. We won't be here too long. Alright, so we got Mazda plus an army of reinforcements. What happens if we decline it? Because we can just go over here, and they won't even be able to get to us in time. Doesn't feel great to run this way, but we can go up that way. Do we have anything here? No, we can zoom around that way. I don't know. I don't love the prospect of fighting this large of an army with our force. So we just sack here and then move through? Deadly Onslaught unlocked. Good, good. Alright, so Morngul Hunter or Gunnery Wipe. Another Morngul Hunter is fine. Bad trait. Or rather, not a good trait, which is the same. Heyo, and there Now we get the accursed armor for a 200 armor boost to somebody. Fizz resist melee defense. Of course, it lowers their attack and their speed, but it just makes them the tankiest thing in the world. I don't even see the point of putting it on anyone. We could put it on the vampire, and they would just be an incredibly slow vampire with 250 armor. Could be good for backline defense, right? Could be. Spell intensity 10%. Don't mind if I do. That should put us into a spot where we can do something smart here. Like, provoke the lizards to motion. And if not, then I might just go to the ocean up there and bounce and be like, ah, you know what, Yonbo, I tried to help you. Okay, here we go. Mazda wants to brawl. This dude's got Strider. Mazda's a big old chunk. We got a little bit of air guys, a little bit of ground mobility. Shouldn't be too tough. Mazda regenerates, but so do I, and I bet I'm better at it than him. Two and a half minutes till they show up. It's just going to be like 200 Garbo units. I'm going to have them in the back to deal with it. Wait, no, what happened to... They did an assassination on my other Morngul Hunter. That really stings so bad when they get rid of one of your heroes. In Warhammer 1, you used to be able to assassinate lords that led armies, and it was so obnoxious. You'd be like running up there with Vlad von Karstein or whatever, and then he would just disappear. You'd have some guy instead. It was pretty good whenever you were like having to fight Franz for the 100th time, but it was still super annoying. It's like, man, these guys aren't going to be able to see anything. It'll be fine. I mean, it won't. It'll be fine. Because, again, I have to remember, Bartholomew can charge in, that's one guy. She can charge in, that's two guys. She's got one summon, two summons. You know, it's a lot of heat we can throw in here. We can actually put these guys in the tree line. No, we can't. We can put these guys in the tree line. Because, like, I'll just straight charge Bartholomew into spears. Like, I do not care. He's tough. He's a real gentleman. Like, he's not like the rest of these armies. I can't see him in there, but I know they're there. We're gonna shoot. And these idiot pterodons going at me. Queen Bess shooting at them, that's pretty bad. But I guess it's all she can hit. Anyway, we just need to back them up a little bit, because as they get closer, well, they're going to get into that zone where the deck gunners are going to open up on them, and then, well, and the hand gunners too. We got overlapping fields of fire from deck gunner to the hand gunner, so as soon as they hit into any of it, it's all going to open up. We'll bring the Hulks back to help there, since it looks like they want to entirely delay on that side of the map until their reinforcements come in, which, you know, they're gonna regret a little bit. And it looks like they back up right before they go into our troops proper. "45 seconds for these guys, and again, they're not even going to be able to punch through our little force in the trees there. So really, I am quite happy to be taking these shots. Clean. And of course, the longer they wait, the more army abilities we have time to push out onto them. I actually love this faction so much. Hey, IDK, how are you? It's, you know, is it sporting? Eh. Do I care? No. And that's going to be a great tide call. Boom! Nope, it was a little bit short on it. But that's going to be a great Queen Bess shot. This King Cohort is going to get on us, but it's not going to help too much. We're gonna have, yeah, they're not really gonna be able to beat up on us. I don't even think we're gonna lose any models. We lose 3 on the charge. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. And now we'll see the power. Oh man, she is getting trucked on. Time to drop the abilities. I said, now we'll see the power. This is like an anti-large Saurus veteran, so he's quite good at doing massive damage to folks. Mazda, though, is about to learn what happens when the guns open up on you. Everybody onto Mazda. That's going to be a great tide call. And then it's time for the army ability spam. Mazda totally lit all of the way up by this. These deck gunners getting hit from behind there. These skinks getting fired upon by our handgunners, though, so that'll still be supported. We need to get to this side to support. All right, so Mazda's down. We need to get on these Blessed Horned ones now, though. It looks like It looks like most of our powder is going to be choosing a smart fight here. Good deal, good deal. Man, I miss that other Mongol hunter. Yes, sure I do. But we hit a huge burst of spells on him, and we're going to break, like, this whole position. Is anyone in danger? Not really. Oh, these Pterodon riders are on top of Queen Bess. You know, it's probably going to take them, like, a year to get them done, but we still don't want to let it happen. Like, can you shoot? No, they couldn't. There was a little lip on the hill. And Mazda here, getting in way over his head, just ending up in a disastrous predicament. Alright, we just need to invo these guys. They lost a lot of models this fight. But we're going to be able to, because of that chilling aura that we've got, we're going to be able to wrap up a lot of these issues here and make sure that, you know, we don't have all of these chumps with us forevermore. Like, why would they be crumbling? That doesn't even make sense. Oh, because the leadership was broken at some point? I don't know. Maybe they continue to crumble if you do that. I guess I don't know how crumbling works. I thought if you stabilize the leadership, you were fine. Maybe if you stabilize it at the end of the match, it doesn't disable the ability from being on. I don't know. $2K out of the carronade feels good. And Mazda gets trucked. And now we get the worst Lord defeat trait in the game. Say it with me, everyone. Leadership aura radius increase. What garbage. What rot. But yeah, Tiny Tim got defeated, and that's super annoying. Just super annoying. But we could get gyrocopters with magical attacks, which actually seems pretty freaking good, right? Just like a unit of those to skirmish. I mean, flamethrower sounds good too. Slayers with magic attacks, you know, what's not to like? What is not to like? Well, we don't need to do it right now. So we need to... We crunch them down, we keep on crunching. And it says I would take a valiant defeat here. How fascinating. Well, you know what that means. It's time for a grindy siege, boys. But actually... what that also means is it's time for me to take a short break before we commence the siege. Alright, so they have tons of towers. Just towers all over. But, you know, if we just shoot the towers, we can walk right up. So that's what we'll do. Cylostra can't hide. She's a little too chunk to hide in the trees, but everybody else can. Like, I think all of it's going above the trees, and then, you know, we can just move up closer to the wall eventually. Ain't too proud. Of course, they don't have anyone on those towers right now, but they could. They could do. Alright. Jolly good. And this one too, probably. Man, there's a lot of towers here we're going to have to disable. It'll be fine. We do have, like, 9 uses of restock on this army. Yeah, which is, I mean, an absolute ton of ammo. It's just so much ammo. I love it, honestly. Look, I don't believe in fighting fair. That's a losing game. I believe in breaching the walls. I believe in heavy metal. I believe in putting our guys right where they'll shoot into the breach. That's what I believe. Queen Bess, dropping it as if it is hot right onto him. And then now it's time for army ability destruction. Because, you know, they got a lot of densely packed guys here. It sure would be a shame if something were to, you know, maybe happen to them. Gorgeous stuff. Just absolute obliteration. Imagine being these lizards. You've never known fear. You've never known the possibility of failure. And now, at your gates. She doesn't even go here, you know? And yet, you gotta deal with her anyway. Cylostra just waddles up. A big old tide call there. Yeah, it's like the gunners can shoot sometimes when they're in there, and that is, you know, basically enough if they just shoot sometimes. Yeah, because I don't even think we can breach another time right here. But our Mortis from the magic is gonna, you know, start draining all of them. It's not bad. Just continuing to cheese it up with all of our army abilities. Gotta love it. Look, if they wanted to sally forth out of the walls, which they literally will never do, and they should, because this game would be so much better if they defended, like, in front of the walls. But then you could manipulate that too, you know. There's no way to make sieges in this game fair, because as long as somebody will sit still, it's always going to be better for you to do this nonsense that I'm doing right now than to play sportsmanlike. And of course, we still have so much ammo left on Bessie. Like, Bessie is doing fine. She ain't in any sort of dire straits. And now it's time for our hero corps to feast. Man, I wish Cylostra had a mortis. No. That wouldn't be too good, because this game doesn't believe in things being too good anymore. It would just be real good. If I ever learned to mod the game, it would just be to make all my favorite stuff even more overpowered than it already is. Like right here, what are they even doing? These skink cohorts are fighting in melee with a bunch of terror-causing beasties. Like, what utility? What could there ever be? But I don't mind. No, I don't mind at all. We're just having a party. I guess we could... Oh yeah, so the Forbidden Rod, we could pop that, and that'll give us more spellcasting, more winds of magic. Of course, at a price. Feral Basti, gonna get in on him. Oh man, getting trucked on here. This is bad. Oh, yeah. Basti's out now. We're good. They are in full route. Hey, Plato. Say the stream is on your homepage? Well, welcome. On my channel, I play Total War and other things. Usually other things, but we've been playing a lot of Total Warhammer recently. So, yeah. We're just having a very fair fight right now in this siege, you know. You know how it is. Why bring your army in when your heroes can do the job for you? You know, that kind of thing. But I think they're all about to start, like, falling pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Morgul Haunter going through. They're afire. They're aflame. And the big ol' slan of shadows. No one has ever done less work than that slan. Alright, we're just going to try to get a handgun on the wall. Just one would go real far. These damn questing knights are so good. You know, they got that AP. They got it all going on. They're so pretty. You wish they were actually fun to play. Oh, don't... You're so right, man. Some of them, like, are just beautiful and so interesting, and then you play them, and it's like, you know, it's either a slog where you play badly or you play smart, and either way, it's a slog. We drop all of our stuff there. Gunnery White still has plenty of powder left in the jar. Let's go ahead and get her up here. Let her join the fight. Because if we just get one unit of handguns on the walls, we're about to multiply some power here. And then we can try, you know, to get another unit of handguns on these walls. And we might even get away with it. Yeah! But are they going to shoot anyone? Yes, they will! Magnificent. The sirens stream in. These zombie pirate gunners are actually doing some work here. And you know, handguns are good. Handguns start out decent, and they get very strong indeed. I mean, 50 damage on a 120 model unit, that's so much. That's 6k armor piercing in a volley. If they can all shoot. But this was a charmed run from the start. Because when we got the regenerating elf blade for Cylostra, you know, that's when we knew that this whole run would be okay forever. After all, if you don't have to care about charging the big crab in, because she can heal for 1 billion damage. Feels good. But I imagine they'll get army lost before too soon. I mean, we've been putting a full beating down here, right? Like, this ain't a game. We've been mauling them. We're gonna go ahead and move all of our troops inside. Our handgunners ripping shots. Feels good. You know, it can take a lot of work to get a powder unit on the wall, but once they're there, I mean, yeah, they already got 1200 value, and they were just barely sitting here, so it's really good for projecting, you know, the damage where you need it to go. And here we've got, oh, this firing angle is bizarre in that direction, I see. I'm like, well, these will be able to shoot when they come up here to get them. And yeah, these chameleons won't be too long for the world. We'll restock those handguns, why not? And of course, the Slan, upon his mobility scooter, now attempts to flee, but it will not be enough. The forces of the vampire coast descend upon you once more, Hoxawaddle. Thus always to our enemies. Of course, right now, the vampire is fighting Cold Runners. This vampire has a plus 60 bonus to large, however. So they think she's carrying a sword, but really, every time she swings it, one of these chumps is going to fall. Please swing it. She's fallen over repeatedly. Just please swing the sword. Please don't make me a liar. Yeah! Okay, mainly it was gunfire from the top, but hey, you know, it still worked. Oh, we never put that 20% ward save banner on anything. Because I actually was thinking that would go... Well, we got the Slayer Sirens, though. We could put it on the Mourngulls. That would give them, some more survivability. But anyway, a fine display. A wonderful, gorgeous beatdown. 5k value on Cylostra, and she doesn't even have a Mortis. My girl. Talking about Cylostra Deerfall. Macron the Chrome, you say you usually just skip the siege battles. Sorry, that was a few minutes ago. I was locked in because you're new. Yeah, it's tricky. A lot of sieges, you think I should take the walls, I should run in, but really, it's all about understanding how the AI functions within the siege. How you can take advantage of the way that they'll move or not move out of areas to gradually move in. Because if you just try to go on the wall, then you lose a ton of vigor when you climb a ladder. And then also you could go into a disadvantageous position where they could just hit you as you get up. But there, you have your artillery, you knock down the towers, you start chipping away at them, you use your force projection in a concentrated place rather than spread out as you would if you were trying to take the wall, and then their numbers, count for nothing because you're doing a Thermopylae inside of their castle. Plato say you like they're more zoomed in than a lot of streamers, makes it more visually interesting to watch. Thank you. Yeah, I often can't do it when I'm doing a real battle, but in a siege, you have a little more time to play close to it. All right, so we're gonna take Spectazuma here. Because, of course, what we want is... Wait. What's this dude doing? Oh, that's the sea shanty guy. That guy is, chasing me down. I need to take him out. But we got 30 grand again. Do we do a 2-round recruitment here? Yeah, so that one can't get through the floating pyramid. That's tricky. So we could get our army actually better here. We'll give Yonbo Spectazuma in exchange for money. Gromby up here is still doing okay. He actually hasn't lost, basically any land. So he's got all these wars, but they're not hurting him any. We're going to want to go up and help him out before too long, of course. We get the lightning strike. We'll take the defense chance. Why not? We don't need leadership on him. I mean, we might take it in the long run. Life on the vampire. Alright, this guy already has all the abilities we care about besides training. And the Mourngulls continue to get awesome. Oh, I miss Tiny Tim. Where's Tiny Tim? How long till Tiny Tim comes back? 4 turns? 4? There ought to be a law. Or at least a set of guidelines. Yeah, let's try the recruitment now. So we drop the Hulks. And one of these we grab 2 depth guard pole arms. And a gunnery mob or a colossus? And a gunnery mob, because that is better for tying stuff up on the back line. Alright. This army isn't punchy enough to beat us even if we go down a bit, because he's not recruiting this turn. He was in March, so we'll have... Yeah, he won't be able to get big enough. This guy won't be able to come up. I think this is the time to use our recruitment up and spend our 2 turns. So, in that event, we get rid of the deckhand mobs. You know, they've done their job. Do we get 4 pole arms? Ditch 1 unit of handgunners. For what? A Necrofex? Yeah, seems good. And then, well, we have 1 slot that we'll need to open up. We'll probably take a handgunner out for the guy whenever he comes back in. So we'll take another unit. We'll take 1 unit of regular depth guard just to you know, we'll have the polearms on the side, and then they'll be in the middle, and they'll be able to, you know, use their anti-infantry against our foes or something. Maybe another gunnery Prometheum would be good. A little bit of mass, a little bit of power. Because they shoot, they don't do a lot of damage when they shoot. They're they're just very hardy, so they're good for flank guarding. No, this is fine. This is fine. It's going to give us, you know, a decent enough front line. The Necrofex Colossus, of course, is very tough to take down, and, you know, he gets good firing angles from being up high. It's almost worth getting rid of the Carronade for another one. Yeah. We're going to get rid of the Carronade for another one, not because this is a smart move, but because we can just get a Carronade in a turn later. And honestly, we're not going to need to siege another wall, so we don't need a Carronade right now. And if we do, then we'll be able to get one. Anyway, a whole bunch of changes in the army composition to make us a more modern fighting force. And we're going to take our special thing, which gives us leadership, casualty replenishment, and such. And we don't actually want to burn our money into these right now, because our army's about to get a lot more expensive. It's probably going to go to +0. That'll be okay, because all of our income is from, like, coves, and thus is largely passive. Largely passive. Is entirely passive. Because I don't even think they can, like, find a pirate cove and burn it down. Maybe if they raise a thing, it goes away. It might still stay. I don't know. Sometimes when the game goes slow, I just put my hand on my computer to make sure that it's not on fire. This chump, the Reich Admiral Halfhoff, so he has a Norscan army plus an Empire army, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. Oh, and that's right, in the sea shanty. So if I get this, then I learn the verse, and then I get the ability to sing this to give me those abilities, I think. But I don't, yeah, it's too much movement for him to catch us, so we're going to get our recruitment done, and we found the space to get our 2-turn recruitment in. Oh, that's right. And now they've upgraded. Oh my goodness. What? What if we got an organ gun? What if we got some giant slayers or doomseekers? You know, I bet a doomseeker wouldn't be good in this army, but it's fun to think about. Like, I don't even know what would be good in this army. Probably just a gyro. Just a gyro to get up there, or a flame cannon. A flame cannon would be good. Unfortunately, we've already... Oh, man, I don't know. I just don't know what to do. Yeah, we'll just hold off on it. After all, we might be losing something before too long. Stolen schematics. 50 research rate? That's actually kinda nuts. That's real good. But we're going to get big physical resist for those gunnery mobs and the Necrofix Colossus in just a turn or two. We're going to take this fight first, though. After all, we can win it, so why wouldn't we? You know, we really messed up Mazda here. I guess we could have, you know, raised Skeggy, which would have been slightly better. But yeah, you know, we really put the hurt on. He still hasn't re-gone into Hexawaddle. Get wrecked. But anyway, we are about to fight this sea shanty battle. I said we were about to. I guess he's running. What a chump. But anyway, I am going to take a short break. I'm just going to be a couple minutes. I'm going to snack on a couple Pringles, grab a drink or something. But I'll be back in just a minute or two, or maybe 3, and then we'll continue on with this. But I've been sitting in this chair for almost 4 hours, 4.5 hours now, so I definitely need to stretch my legs a bit, but I'll be back. All right. This promises to go fine. You know, they do have artillery. Mortars don't matter. They don't hurt that bad. Great cannons do some damage. It's a fine army. It's inferior to ours, and we are going to beat up on them very badly. Very badly indeed. Because, of course, the thing about Cylostra is she's got summons. And she can get shot by their whole army for probably, 30 seconds before she would get halfway messed up. Hey, Kiki, how are you? So it's like the gunnery mob, they have guys riding on the back, and they'll just, like, you know, shoot around at things, but you don't have to tell them to. They just do it. It's like an automatic sort of thing. And of course, oh yeah, so if you don't know Necrofex Colossuses, this is what they are. They're big ol' walking shipwrecks with a friggin' handgun that looks like a cannon, because it is one. And then a dude on top just dancing to the music that only he can hear, swaying in the old breeze. So let's get to deploying. All right, we've got Slope in the back. Cylostra to just bash on the flank. The two of them together to just bash on the flank. These fellows here to surprise anyone coming around. Depth guard pole arms for here. Like, we just need, like, Bess has amazing firing arcs, so we don't need to be too precious with her. We can just have very, very deep set deck gunners there. You have a cool game called Theotown. It's kind of interesting. Cool. I don't think I've heard of that one. What's it like? I got a couple games on my Humble Bundle this last time that I'm quite excited to try out. And then one that I already have. You know, I've already played Persona 5 Royal, but it is a wonderful game. But then I did. At like 2:30 in the morning when I couldn't sleep, I was like, you know what I should do? I should buy 10 Steam games for $12 again. That'll make me feel better. I don't feel bad, but it'll make me feel better. And it did, you know. It always does. That's the thing about spending money that you don't have to spend. It feels really good. That's why I always caution against it. If it feels good, it might be bad for you. That's what I always say. Alright, let's get to it. Time to brawl. I was like, where's my cannon? I don't have a cannon anymore. I got rid of it. The great thing about Necrofexes is, yeah, they're like artillery pieces. They also have 75 armor and 10k HP. So instead of having like a cannon you have to protect, you have a piece that anchors that side of the battlefield. Which is, of course, roughly very good. So we'll have them on either side here of the deck gunners, and yeah, it's like we only have, what, 3 handguns now? We'll want one of those over here. Alright, let's go. Because, of course, they will want to be giving battle in some clever way. It won't work at all. Queen Bess is going to be able to shoot them, yep. And we'll be able to make them give battle. These Marauder Berserkers are not going to want to accept artillery here. You know, Berserkers want to brawl, haters want to hate, and pirates want to pirate. We're going to do that today. There's no hatred here between us and these other pirates, merely the idea that we could take their stuff and then have more stuff. Yo-ho, yo-ho, the pirate's life for me. Cylostra is going to put the absolute hurt down. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Good stuff. And these Armored Skin Wolves think they want to take a fight like this. They think they do. They're anti-large fighters, after all. They don't, though. They're a bunch of fools. We're going to send old Bartholomew at them. Shanty first verse active. You know, that gives them some melee defense. He's still just hunting them down. And whenever he hits, it'll probably be a model that dies. Whoops, not that one. That one. But we're just being very sporting here. Just incredibly sportsmanlike, as you can tell. Barto is going to go in there. So now we see the power of the handguns. What we're actually going to see is how good this is going to feel. It's going to be great. Berserkers taking a big ol' hit. And Reich Admiral Hauhauf. Go back to Reichland, bro. You're not wanted out here in Cylostra's ocean. She's the queen, and you were not even a player. Bartolomeo is pounding it on the Grand Cannons. Everything is coming up Millhouse. Chaos Frost Dragon's trying to get across here. We're going to just... rotate our eyes that away. We're going to hornswoggle these skin wolves as they try to come in. That's going to slow them down. It's going to free us up to rip some amazing shots in. Alright, so these berserkers are anti-infantry specialists. We don't want to be fighting them with our specialized infantry if we can avoid it. And we can, because we have quite convincingly gotten these Norskins to abandon what would be a logical firing line, and now they're going in. They're going to charge into brace depth guard. Maybe they got a rear charge, so it worked, but depth guard coming in here. Zombie Promethean mobs going in. We're going to get our charge here. Sirens going. Cylostra having a one-on-one brawl with the Chaos Frost Dragon. She's going to be fine. This Great Cannon trying to fight Bartholomew, they are not going to be fine. They are going to have a bad time. We're going to drop a summon here. Because I'm like, you know, we're fighting alone, but we're also getting shot at by some handgunners. So we are going to, you know, get rid of some of them. These champs coming in, these berserkers, we're going to get the charge on them. The depth guard will match up very well against marauder berserkers who do lack armor piercing. They've got some, you know, but they have big weapon strength values, but, you know, they want to feast on an unarmored unit. They don't want to deal with, and I think they have phys resist, yeah, just a little bit. That's probably from the racial ability then. Norskins get stronger as they fight. You know, nice and thematic. We're going to charge in here. Man, this Chaos Dragon doesn't want to be taking the hits. Here we go. Oh, the Knights Errant never got popped out. There we go. We're going to... with Bartholomew here. These gunnery mobs are stuck in supporting sirens against halberds, which is like... look, it's not a disaster. What is a disaster is the free handgun fire we were allowing them to take. But we displaced that handgunner line, and now we're going to fire in another army ability into them. And then the sirens on it, and army losses kicking on. And of course, we're out of wins. We're always out of wins. But it all works out just fine. The depth guard got 100 kills, and you know they don't do nothing unless they're not fighting at all, and then they literally do nothing. But what are you gonna do? You know, if you don't tell them to shoot. We're just gonna fast forward here because I want Cylostra's HP to come back. It doesn't take too long. Of course, regeneration is a function of your maximum hit points. And since she has 10k, you know, it takes the same amount of time to get there, but 10 hit points a second is a lot better than 4. Regeneration is such a busted ability. And of course, we just lucked into it by getting an elf sword for our beautiful damsel, our singer of the depths. Look at her just directing all of the music there. You know, the faster she swings her arms, the faster everybody plays their instruments. She's the singer, not the conductor, but you know. Really, she's floating around above the little stage that's built on the back of it. She's got a little stage here, you know, for the singing. She's wonderful, you know, a very talented French singer, and very proud we are of her. When are we going to go and do the quest battle? We should do that when we heal up. I mean, it'd be nice to have Tiny Tim. But Tiny Tim is the name of one of the Mourngul hunters who got wounded by an enemy hero action, which is like smart and all, but it always feels so upsetting. We get all of our troops back immediately. Middle Sea Beacons have been obliterated, and now we get the Sea Shanty, which gives us the ability every 2 minutes to pop for reload skill and melee defense, which is really good. It's really very good. And then, you know, the more you go up, the more the other sea shanties come up, and you know, you get stronger and stronger that way. We get Black Flag, the excellently named ability, so upkeep, movement range. You know, better defense for hero self-defense, all to the very good. And then, of course, she'll just have a couple of more points left to get it all. Probably spend it on this one. But Depth Guard might be good as well. I'll think about it in the next battles. Alright, so everything is going good here with our hero core, except for Tiny Tim, who of course is recuperating. You know, he's just a ghosty Mourngul haunter, and, you know, can't be bothered to show up to fight all the time. Alright, so what's the only other thing that we could get left? It would be a Death Shriek Terrorgeist, which is like a flying, you know, terror monster thing. Very good, but I don't know if we want to drop one of our things for it. Alright, so we got another Potion of Toughness. Excellent, we can throw it on him. No, it makes more sense on the Mourngul because they take more damage typically. Long shots cap, even more ammunition on him. You know, why not? And then we've got an ancillary that we need. Yes, this one. Yeah, so we drop that, and then we get this 20% ward save. We can do this better. No, we need that one. Oh my goodness. It's... Okay. It's like, this is the worst day of my life. It can be very frustrating to navigate the menus if you're dumb, or me. No, it's not so bad as all that. Man, this gives me 40% magic item drop chance. Should get that. Should really get that. Well, we do... How many turns till Tiny Tim? He's going to be back in 2 turns, so we're going to want to get him for it. That lizardman's name is Catpillar, you know, because Warhammer is very serious. It's ridiculous. Oh no, Yonbo got pushed out of the aisle up there. You know, he is in bad shape, and me giving Vampire Corruption isn't, like, really helping him, but maybe over here he'll be able to hold on better. Oh, he's at war with Rockhearth as well. Well, maybe he won't. Alright, so can we get to the Temple of Korra? Not yet. Yeah, we might as well do this, because this will at least isolate him out from being on this side. And then... And then we'll be in a position to pick up the hero, because he'll probably go... No, he should go to my place, because I don't have any land at all. So he should just go to me. Alright, all to the good. Zunbatar here. If they both want to fight, that will actually be kinda ugly, huh? But... if we provoke them... If we provoke them out, we'll be able to lightning strike them on the rebound hit. And we don't actually need this replenishment. He's willing to get a peace treaty. I'll accept it if the dwarves have peace with him first. I'm not gonna declare peace behind the back of my good friend and ally, the Ancestral Throng. Alright, so they are both here, but on the other hand, if we just do the whole huge battle, that would be cool. Can I do it without dying? I don't know. We can just give her the ward save, right? And then, you know, because with regeneration, her effective hit points matter more than anything else. Alright, so they've got Feral Basties and Cold One Riders in one army, and then they've got Feral Basties, Croxies, and Salamanders in the other one. Now, Salamanders could really put the hurt on me if I didn't notice them coming in on me. That's like, you know, anti-large missiles. There's 32 of them in there. That would be enough to, like, really, really chunk us. But, well, you know... Even though maybe doing 2 battles would be easier. Wait, no, if we're in encampment and defending, then we'll get both of those bonuses also. For our troops. Which, yeah, is going to make the Sirens have, like, 64 defense. And I didn't even think of that implication for the rest of us as well. Yeah, like for our heroes. So, yeah. We'll be, yeah, we'll, let's brawl, you know? I bet we can win it. It's going to take them 3 minutes to get onto the battlefield with their reinforcements, so we're going to have a lot of time to project some power at them. It's like, I could have been thinking about that when we were here, but no, I did need to look at the other army. Alright, so they're going to be coming in from the left, which means logically we want to go far side from them. And the elevation, oh boy, the elevation will favor it. Of course, we're going to expect them to be trying to deploy on that side to avoid me. However, that's not going to work, because we're just going to... have the Necrofexes here. I don't think they can really punish us for bringing them forward because, yeah, because we'll have our deck gunners to do the crossfire in the event that they come in there. Here and here. Yeah, that's much better. Syrene's in the trees. They're anti-large, you know, so... And again, I just think they're going to be over here. If they're like right here, that's going to be pretty funny. We'll be able to readjust soon enough, though. We'll keep these guys over here. We don't actually want them to charge in immediately, and we will want Depth Guard Anchor there. We got these guys here. Cylostra, we'll want them free to chase, and them free to chase. Syrenes want to chase, yep. And then... Yep, so gunnery mobs here to anchor this side to be able to take a bunch of hits to let our other troops respond. Where's the gunnery white? Back here. We'll want him with old Bessie. Yeah, seems fine. And it's exactly what we do get. They're trying to back up, but now we're going to be able to rip in some great shots to them while they're there. And hopefully force them to move forward. And if not, then we'll get a whole bunch of really nice free damage on some Saurus. Because, of course, even if they want to stay here, they're not going to just let us do this forever. We will break their will to sit still. And then it's going to be better for us as they come across. I think we've already done it. I think they've already decided that this isn't as fun as their lizard overlords made it sound. Alright, good stuff. So they're going to try to go around in that direction. That is okay. We'll be able to readjust in time. As soon as they get to here, our gunners are going to be able to open up, so we want to bait them into doing that. You know, we do want to break up the flow, though. We don't want all of them to arrive at once. Just waiting for them to walk right into it. There we go. Now on this side, do we have enough to stymie their advance? I mean, yeah, totally do. Totally do. Old Bessie is dropping in the heat from above. We're going to get these handgunners into a bad spot by accident. Yeah, seems smart. This Feral Bastie's coming in. Cylostra feasting away, dropping the song, dropping the dance. And there we go. We hit a beautiful amount of damage onto them. These Cold One Riders are trying to loop around. Where are they going to go? Where are they going to go? The crossfire, too effective. They're charging into these depth guard. They're not going to get any work done. Ah, the humanity. We're just going to charge right into these spears because I am the queen. This dude with these items and these abilities is just hysterically strong. They can't do anything to him. These chameleon stalkers, they really did a lot of damage burst there, but, you know, not enough. Oh, we had the guard mode on the vamp. Bad. Feels bad. Powder up best. We've got all of these guys shooting and none of these guys shooting. Morngulls are fighting against spears. That is terrible. We're going to get the depth guard in here. This is the fight that they are for. Syrene's coming on the flank. Our Morngul's trying to back out while they still got some bones left on them. We're going to give them an invo real quick. Bound Spirit Leech here. Cylostra going to drop all of the debuffs. Our Necrofexes are tied up pretty bad. But, you know, they did their job, right? Shanty going down. Oh, right, the salamanders. We need to worry about the salamanders. That's probably what was mauling my guys so badly. Well, if we just back up, then they'll get in the range of the deck gunners. I think. Like, where are the regular Death Guard? They can't have died. They were in a fight they wanted to be in. Alright, so this flank is secured. The Skink Chief is going to be a huge headache if we let him in there, but it looks like we'll probably break him. Yeah, there we go. It's like they're shooting Cylostra and no dumber thing has ever been done. They're not going to be able to get through this queen. She's got a beautiful singing voice, and she does not care who hears her use it. Necrofest Colossuses need to start standing the right way and not blocking our fire, importantly. These Depth Guards still holding strong. Gunnery Whites rolling on. Depth Guard with regular weapons churning through the enemies like so much butter. We're going to get these guys onto the Salamanders. It's not perfectly ideal, but it will serviceably work. These Death Guard are probably taking, like, fire from somewhere. Like, I can't imagine anyone in melee is doing that to them. These Salamanders are trying to come in, and we are going to melt them. They get absolutely deleted from existence. And now we just need to get our troops firing at the right targets, at the right times, finish this up. What a fun battle. What a fun battle. So glad we didn't lightning strike this. You know, I should have appreciated that we were strong enough with this army to not have to worry about being so precious as all that. Boom, baby. And of course we are going to want to chase them down as we can. Alright, so what's the biggest annoying thing? Salamander hunting packs? They're probably going to get away, though. The Paladin of Bretonnia can't catch them. Might be able to with a Foe Seeker. Because just getting rid of, you know, like, some Croxies is totally worth it. And anyway, any damage that we do to them here is what they won't be able to get against us, you know, when we do the crackback on the next turn. Alright, and he does get in here on the Salamanders. Rendering them incredibly slow, because with Frostbite Aura plus Frostbite on the weapon, And he does have both of those. They do stack together from the chilling aura and that. So it goes. They go from 70. They lose 42 speed from getting hit by them, which makes them slower than, you know, people on foot, which is, you know, pretty excellent. We get the enthrallment on these Croxies, and we're going to be able to chase them down for at least another free hit here. And yeah, nice and clean. Even without Tiny Tim with us, it still went pretty well. You know, I sure do miss him. Necrofexes did just what they needed to do, which was not a lot of damage, but act like a big distraction. And, you know, maybe they could have been done better, but it all worked out. Because really, a unit with 10,000 hit points to go stand in the very front and demand your enemy give battle is great. Because they're probably not going to die. And then they can back up and lure them into your gun line. Especially there when you want your artillery set up in a specific place because of the terrain. Feels good. A fine battle. Tiny Tim Sawkins. He's back with us. Alright, so what do we drop for him? A handgunner? Yeah. Alright, well, that went very well indeed. So here we either get leadership and defense for, so just be like defense, or we can get artillery boost, or we can get defense and physical resist for the Prometheans and the Colossi. You know, that's the thing about having a sort of like varied army, is that you do eventually have to choose between, you know, what abilities you get. But I think here, like, we won't even have enough for the levels of Mentor if we choose another red line. Well, the first one gives you 4 defense, and then the second one just gives you leadership, and the third one gives you 2. So yeah, we'll take one of those and one mentor. We'll be able to get the last mentor to supercharge all of her guys. All right, we're gonna set him to auto. All of his good stuff is gone. We're going to keep on taking hers. She's definitely got more to give. And Tiny Tim is back. You know, he's higher level than this one because, you know, Tiny Tim, he's always been the charmed life of him. All right, all right. Go here. He won't be able to run because he was in March. And now we'll take what? Weapon strength for depth guard? Yeah, sick. 20%. It's kind of awesome. So, you know, because they're not, like, in amazing shape right now, because they will get a boost. We don't need that. Yeah, he's on auto. Yeah, that's right. And we can throw him on auto as well. And yeah, it's time to disable all the notifications. We're far enough in the thing. All right, so how close are we to any kind of victory? We're 4 away from a short victory, which gives you 15% casualty replen for all armies, which is actually kind of amazing. And then all you got to do for the long victory is keep on fighting for a while. Of course, if we ever lose our army, then we are out of the game. But I don't think any of the armies around here can beat us in a fair fight. We're kind of stacked now. Kinda. And we get a huge boost to casualty replen. It's capped at like 50%, which we are probably at a couple of times over. And Lord Mazda has returned atop his mighty Stegodon here. Well, you know what that means. Time to brawl. Oh, it means he's going to try to run. Pathetic. Oh, that'll actually be nice. It'll push him back there. We'll be able to hit this. Establish a cove. Get glittering scales. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Negative melee attack is, you know... That's a pretty good ability. Charm Shield would give him a ward save. Would I ever remember to use it, though? I think Glittering Scales is just better, because at least that'll give us a little debuff or a nation. Because unlike him, I'm not taking attrition. And he is, you know, like... This feels so good. It's so hard to make attrition work for a playstyle. But with the Coast, if you have a ton of it, it actually is pretty good when you're doing this sort of thing, you know. And now we have forced Mazda to go through a Skull Taker's lands. Get wrecked, buddy. But we're about to go north again. This dude is probably on what, like a Carnu? Yeah. This dude's on a Carnosaur. He's got 10k HP. He's got 150 armor, 35 man. This dude's stacked, but, you know. What's he gonna do to us? Perish? Just, Cylostra is such a raid boss. She doesn't do that much damage, and then, you know, she does, because she's a wizard. And now, like, with that ward save banner, it's all just very funny. Because we could even, you know, really, we should probably give her Gambler's Armor for 10 more. But I kind of like having the Helm of Discord on her, because, yeah, I mean, because she gets away with being very aggressive. Basically always gets away with it. Oh, that's right. You have, like, all these offices that you can do as well. I'm like, yeah, there's, like, all these campaign mechanics we're not even using. But anyway, we should be using these, because some of them, you know, we need to go... Yeah, well, we're... the plan for this playthrough is long. I'm having a good time, and I love hordes. Alright. Time for a brawl. And of course, because we're encamped and defending, once again, we end up with massive, massive defensive boosts to our guys. So yeah, the Death Guard have 92 leadership. Alright, so this time, this reinforcing army, pretty solid. Pretty solid indeed. This first army, pretty decent as well. But we're going to do what we always do. We're going to shoot lizards with vampires. Alright, importantly, their reinforcements are not going to be in like a super obnoxious spot, unless these ones to the right is the main army. We're going to hope that that's the small one. It's the main one. That's okay, because actually the slope over here is very advantageous as well. And we want best, like, deep set, right? We don't want anything messing about there. This is a perfect place to stick a depth guard with a polearm and this vampire. No, this Morngul hunter. It's like, we could even have the... Yeah, let's try to use the gunnery white a little more aggressively. They are very strong. So what we want to do is try to funnel them down in this direction, if possible. And if it's not possible, then we're just going to... Yeah, because we can put one here and one here. We want these depth guard, like, actually in the back so that they can defend against any infantry that breaks through. And then the halberds in the forward positions. Cylostra centered there. Yeah. So if they get over here, though, we don't have any... Yeah. We gotta stop putting all the eggs in a basket, even if the basket looks nice. We gotta, like, one on this side, one over here, and then they can defend each other, potentially. Rather than all being compromised. Oh, well, they deploy over there. Alright, we'll still want those guys there, I think, but we are going to move all the guns here. Because we don't want to get charged by the old blood without support. It could really mess us up. We got, importantly, very, very good damage with our Necrofexes against these salamanders so far. And it looks like they're trying to back up again. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds before they get anything in. These guys are going to be in a lot of trouble. Because they're coming in on this other side, but that's barely anything at all. We don't actually need these guys defending in the trees there, do we? No, we do not. Alright, well, he got on us. Time to go. Time to brawl. He absolutely will do very well in this fight against us, but we're not unsupported after all. We're gonna throw Pyro at him. Oh no, we get caught out. Feels bad. These Cold-Blooded Riders don't really want to be doing this, though. They just don't know that they don't want to be doing it. Oh man, the damage. Oh, that's really hurting. Oh my goodness. They did want to be doing it. They just all get on it. Then Necrofex Colossus is going down. This one might be going down. At least Cylostra hasn't lost this fight, I say. Not even knowing if she has or not. She hasn't. You know, is she winning it? No, she is not. But, hasn't lost it. Alright, so the Pterodons just got on top of Queen Bess. Of course, they don't do any damage. They're a terrible unit. So, it's sort of okay. This Necrofex Colossus, you know, we'll be fine if we can just get it back, right? Alright, and now the powder can see. Now the powder can open up. Please, powder, don't make me a liar. I really need this to work. Alright, are they off of Queen Bess? No, they are just distracted from Queen Bess. These guys trying to come through, but I think... yeah, the Mongol Hunter here, we're going to be able to intercept them right here. And as we pop them out, they are not going to be able to get back in any appreciable way into this battle, right? Like, oh yeah, there we go. There's the Withering Fire on the Old Blood. He gets in. He gets one last big old charge in. You look at him, hungry for war. Hit the Razordons. We need to get this white out of the battle. You know, he thought it sounded fun. He was like, put me in, coach. I want to brawl. But then, you know, he realized it was more fun to stand in the back with the artillery. You know, we're not all cut out to be Cylostra after all. Guardian Prometheans getting absolutely tuned up by, you know, stuff that shouldn't be able to beat them that easily. Deck Gunner is doing great. Morngul is still defending the back line quite well. The depth guard just getting beat on, just really not making it out alive. Just really getting the business. But hopefully we'll be able to army loss some before we lose these units. No, we'll nope, we don't have any magic to spare, that's right. So that's just like low, but it's like 5k low, so not actually low. And you can't even see her healing cap, so not really low at all. But you know, both of our deck gunners are firing. These Croxagores are just losing to Bartholomew. Just losing real bad. And of course, once more, we prove the might of the Vampire Coast. What a fun battle! What a fun battle! Oh no. And then the humanity. Queen Bess dropping it in like it is hot. So we can just get one of these artillery pieces offline, or even just beat up really bad. That'll be good. And we can indeed get it beat up really bad. Good stuff. We'll be able to pop this Feral Basti. He won't get away. In the trees, of course, it's so much harder for them to get around, and I got Strider, so... Pop the Croxies, pop this one, and this is all the very important work of mopping up after a battle. There's a mod called AI General that I used to use a lot when my hands, when I hadn't had my surgery yet, so I couldn't, you know, I couldn't do most of what I normally do, but it was really good for these end of the battle situations, because you just give the computer automatic control of everything that's not like artillery that's going to friendly fire you, and then you can just wait. It's great when you had like dog units or skirmishers or whatever, because, you know, it'll pick out what it wants to hit, and then you just get to say, okay, mop it up. The Necrofexes, once again, just tanking a ton of hits, proving that my strategy of using them as a front line is both bad and good. This handgunner got 4,300 value. Lord only knows what he was shooting at. You know, that was messy. We sort of expected them to be on one side, and they were definitely on the other one. That's the thing about defending, is when you attack, you know, who dares wins. You get to see where they're at on the battlefield. But missile block chance 10%. It's pretty good. Yeah, it Alithanar is rampaging in Gromby's lands over here. I don't think Gromby can win this fight there, but you know, we need to get up there, right? We're in the middle of getting back up there. This guy's army, if we just pop it. Finally, this thing. I actually wanted this one pretty bad. So it'll give us a huge reserve capacity and targeting range for the spells. And the targeting range for the spell is really what I was excited about. Oh, and then we get another one. Perfect. So that'll give us a Winds of Power reserve of like a very large number, which we'll never get because I always use all of it. You know, we need battles where we get wins and I don't cast spells, but you know, I gotta spell. You know, gotta get it done. We'll set them to auto. It doesn't... No, that's not... Oh, that's right. The vampire captains establish coves without going into the places and attacking them. Which you totally can do. It just costs a ton of money. Yonbo, how are you trying to make me fight somebody else when after all that we've done here? Here we go. We get our stronger dudes. We're going to take melee defense for them now. Yeah, I mean, 77 weapon strength. Pretty decent on him. Yeah, I think Yonbo is... I don't know if we can help him. He's a nice guy, you know. What do you want me to say? But we need to go up to the north because they had that one mountain place that we want to dig at for our treasure map. And then... I guess we'll leave the lizards incredibly bloodied up, but still alive and mad at me. And the second sea shanty guy is on the map, and I think they just, like, hunt for you, you know. I think they just, like, try to chase you down. And the shanty, it just, it's just better than the one before. Oh, this one goes to Cathay. Oh. It's the one up here that goes up there. Well, cool. Well, at least we know if we want to go to Cathay, all we gotta do is slide on down there. I don't really play factions that start in Lustria very often, I guess. Not anymore. Like, so we go up there, and then we drop something so that I can get a gyro bomber, because nothing will make me happier than having a little Dawi Air Force with us. We'll probably lose a Necrofex Colossus for it. I'm not married to the idea of having two. One is very nice. And this guy wants peace. He probably wants a peace treaty because he knows I'm coming for him. Because he knows that gravy train of being Elfie is about to be over. He's gonna see. They're all gonna see. And we'll just Pirate Cove here. And I think we'll take the stealing one just to mess up Mazda forever, because we don't really need the money. No, we take the one that's the right thing to do. Also, it gives us research rate and stuff. But we'll go up to Maku Peaks, raise it, dig, and hopefully get something. I bet it's going to be, like, not very good at all. But it could be good. You know, you don't want to imagine that you know how things are going to go. You may not know. And we complete the short victory for a shocking amount of replenishment across all our armies. Of course, Cylostra has a big boost from her unique thing here, and then, you know, we've also got various techs and all of that, and then the embedded hero. It all comes together to where I don't even know if it lists, like, what your percentage is of replenishment. It might. Battle effects. Campaign effects, yeah, so... No, those are just the ones that she personally has. Quite a lot of them. And another Book of Ashura comes into our possession. And we dig, we get no... Maybe the floating pyramid was the clue. Anyway, it's fine. Because it consumes all your campaign movement, but then you can do it afterwards. So it's like, if you raise a thing, you can always dig, you know, without worrying about it afterward. But we're going to go up and burn down Hexawaddle again on our way out. You know, just to let them know where it's at. Although I did kind of want to get the Galleon's graveyard. I mean, I keep saying it looks bad for him, but he's lost, what, like... Oh, well, Helbron's... Oh, he's not at war with Helbron anymore.
I'm here, you're here, let's talk.
Oh. Because Hagrafe is a different fact. No, he's at war with Helbron, but Hagrafe is someone else. Is that what Malice's faction is called? But anyway, I guess like from this angle, because so Elithanar is at war with Nagarond as well. So they're sniping at each other. So the Elithanar has to go all the way through here. Or through the Dark Elves to get at Grombrindle, and that's why he's doing so well. That's awesome. Well, we are going to go help him. And we're going to give him our outpost stuff, you know, and if that ends up being bad, then we'll say that we're sorry later. And of course, we've beaten up on their armies so much recently that now, you know, they're still getting armies, but they are full of skinks and such. And that's just not where they want to be. It's not really good enough for them. And now, we're going to see why. This red crested skink has 8k HP? Wowza. At level 2? No, I was on the thing rather than the guy. Skink. The skink. Skink the skink. Tahong here looks like he's on a stego. And they summon a skink priest. They summon a wizard. Alright, so this is going to be a big one. That's a lot of cavalry. But they're not going to be able to chew through our guys too well. As long as we keep our wits. Because they're armored but not shielded. And all of their reinforcements are coming across the water, which means we'll be able to aquatic them. Oh yeah, nothing like the aquatic. We're gonna assume that they're gonna try to spawn right there. And meet up with them, and then we're just going to get into this spot to disabuse them of the notion that that's an intelligent way to be. These guys here, Cylostra there, Bartolomeo there. Yep, and once again, they cower in the backfield. Well, you know, this at least is a very small army relative to the other ones that we do in against, but we'll still be able to shoot them up. They can't go around this side. They use the Skink Priest summon. Pretty funny stuff. And Cylostra's just going to pop all her abilities, and of course she is the only unit in this army that I'm very happy to be beating on, to have being beat on by whatever. And of course they're down to like 0 stats whenever she pops everything too. Alright, and now Cylostra has to try to bounce. And she'll probably get away with it. Oh, that's going to be a good one. It's going to hit like 3 units. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. A Brutal Tide Call. And now they are walking right into our trap. Just immediately into our trap. And it feels so good. Reposition here and here. Depth guard there. If they flank around that backside, the Sirens will be able to handle it. We're going to drop a Promethean right here to delay him even further from getting in on our depth guard. Oh yeah, good stuff. Now we just need to fire Bess into the middle of everybody. This is such a dense blob. And I think we whiffed it. No, I mean, that hit a lot of stuff. We overcast it there for maximum effort. And man, these skinks are really tearing into us. Alright, let's, yeah, man, these Depth Guard just aren't doing well. But, you know, if they can hold a little bit, that'll be enough. These handgunners going to open up. These deck gunners already opened up. Going to want these Death Guard in the center, and these guys going to get on the horned ones there. Time to Time to drop the stuff. And you guessed it, it's time for the real big guns. Van Geist Revenge. You know the score. You know what's going on. And I think they mainly missed. I was hoping to see a totally obliterated line there, and that is not what we got. We're doing that, and then we're dropping this shanty. Going to Hornswoggle the Skink Chief. We're gonna get that on him. We just need to hit this Old Blood, because, you know, we've got the anti-large. We're potion of toughness there. Oh, he's fine. He wasn't even hurt. These Horde ones trying to get onto the zombie pirate mob. We're going to get on these Cold Riders. We're about to start crumbling on this unit, though, so we need to get Sirens to support over on that side. We're going to get the zombie pirate, or the Promethean Riders to try to sort that out. And our heroes are absolutely going to town. The Morngulls ain't doing too bad either. And now they are getting army lost. They never should have come here. They never had me. They never had their car. Clean. Beautiful stuff. Textbook example of why you want to bunch your enemy together so you can shoot them with your guns. You know, our guns could have gotten better value. They probably weren't in the best of spots. But get value. They did. All the same. And of course, the better we do here, you know, it's we're about to leave Mazdamundi for the north again, but we have been tuning up these armies. He'll be weak for a little while, I think, in the aftermath of this. You know, he's a major faction. He's got some land, but nice and clean. Cylostra, you know, gets 4,500 value and ends at full HP. You gotta love it. You absolutely have to love it. You have no choice. She's a lady. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, poison attacks? That's actually really nice. Can you get poison as well as this? No, it takes away the frostiness well. This guy doesn't need the Ranger's Axe, and poison on him would just be wonderful. And then we will burn these together and get Masamun's Pride. It gives us forecast of wind blast plus a big AP thing. Yeah, seems good. Seems good. Alright, throw him on auto, they're on auto already, they're on auto already. Alright, so these jokers are in for a terrible time. We're just going to crunch down on all the people who, you know, fought against us there. This doesn't take very much movement, good. Skink Chief with his big old mount will have to wait a little while longer to be menacing the land. Third army crunched. And of course, once more, burning down their capital. It's about sending a message. And we dug and found nothing. It's all good. Yeah, you know, Yonbo, he's doing his thing. His army is not very strong, but you know, maybe they'll work it out. We helped him with Mazdamundi as much as we could. He can't really ask for too much more. That wouldn't be fair. After all, we just beat like 15 Hexawaddle armies. And we have encountered Clan Pestilens. Well, I don't want to establish relations with them. Skaven are not fun for gun lines to fight. Not that this is that much of a gunline army. We just have guns. You know, it's... I would consider this a pleasantly mixed-use army. I'm like, alright, what do we get here? More range? Huh, more range seems good. Alright, alright. Alright, and then just like we came in, we're just gonna leave Lustria after an amazing raid. And honestly, like, what a good way to play vampires, right? You find a sea lane, you go and reave and raid, and then you pop on right back home. Of course, we may be going into a very dangerous sea area. I think it'll be fine, though, because the Black Arcs will probably be hanging out by their place, mainly. Yeah. You know, they won't both be able to get there. And even if they did, it would mainly be the fact that they have these bombardments. Yeah, we'll just go up there and start helping with Ilithanar. Try to cut through his lands here underneath and then meet up with Gromby in the middle. Alternately, we march through here and fight Marathi, but that doesn't seem as smart. So we take the sea lanes back up. Feels good. Feels piratey. Journey complete. Alright, and now... They don't even know that we were coming. Alright, so Cellophane, they... Yeah, we just want to go up to, like, the capital, right? Yeah, that's what we'll do. Oh, he wants peace now? Bet he does. Bet he does. You know, he declared war on me a long time ago. We didn't do anything to him. We were fighting Dark Elves. We were fighting Beastmen. We could have been friends. It could have been me and him, instead of me and Gromby. But now this is happening. The spirit of the jungle has emerged. Sure. Weird. And here, rather than do the cove, we're probably just going to start burning down his level 5 settlements. And we can come back and do a cove some other time if we want. They want peace. We'll have peace when he has peace with Grombrindle. And not an hour before. No, not 1 hour before. I follow the lead of my wise dwarf ally. His beard is as long as his knowledge of the universe and the world, and I trust his judgment. And we get the old jellyfish in a jar, which I think we're going to give to this person. And that'll give them poison. Yeah, seems good. Seems good.
Madam Cylostra, dear fan.
Ornon Spiteheart is here, but I am going to take this out from underneath them. Oh, they're going to help me do it. That's pretty funny. The Dark Elves were right here, and I am going to burn it down. You can rule over the ashes, bro. Because it takes a long time, even for an AI on very hard that's an elf, to get to a high place there. It looks like they're at war with all of these elves. They want non-aggression with me. I'm not going to do it. After all, Grombrindle won't like that. His affection for me has been somewhat waning, but me and him are about to be, like, real cool whenever we start prosecuting this war against our mutual enemies. And just continuing on with the extreme beatdowns. Feels so good. This faction's so fun. Of course, it's fun because I have regeneration on Cylostra, but it's fun. It's also fun because it frees me from all the elements of the game that I don't like. Like the strategy. I like the daydreaming, and I like the tactics. But like the, should I build here, should I expand here, you know, it's like, man, Why don't I just destroy all my enemies, and then that'll be the end of it. Alright, so we will put a Pirate's Cove here. Right? No, we're just burning it down. We don't need more money after all. Armor of Fortune. Sweet.
Madame Cylostra, dear fan. Dear fan.
I think actually he's sort of overloaded. Yeah, because we can get rid of the ward save, and then he's still... Yeah, why don't we give the ward save to one of these guys?
I need an audience.
I don't know, maybe... I don't know, maybe we should have left it on him. After all, he doesn't have regen. But that is, you know, if we just don't run him into magic attacks, he'll have 90% resist from that. So it seems excessive. Yeah, let's give it to somebody else. That'll be nice. And that'll give him basically immunity to ranged fire, which will be quite good when fighting against Dark Elves or High Elves, which we are certainly about to be doing a lot. Alright, and we set all of our heroes, all of them, to auto. And we never need to think about their skills ever again. The game will take care of it.
The performance was
Lord Skrolk of Clan Pestilence. I don't even know where you live, bro. I do. He's like all the way down here, and he thinks he's going to threaten me. I don't care. I'm not going to give you my money. Yonbo refuses to join my side. You know, that just goes to show you can't trust somebody on their back foot when their neighbor is incredibly strong and threatening them. You know, just goes to show. Colossians, the Thousand Maws has been taken out. Oh, wow. I mean, Yonbo's doing fine, though. Even though he broke that thing with me, I'm not upset with him about it. But, yeah. Yeah, Yonbo's actually been doing really well against his foes, so good for him. You know, we could always go back and make friends with him again. Looks like Gromby's finally a little bit on the back foot, but now all of this dude's armies, all of Elithanar's armies, are going to be so displaced from our aggression that they're not going to be able to really prosecute these fights at all. Here, we're going to be able to lightning strike this first army off. And we'll have a nice little battle against this garrison, which is full of Shadow Walkers and Shadow Warriors, which are like stealth archers that can fire while they move. They have long range. They're pretty dang good. They can fire in any direction. You know, they really get it done. Star Dragons, Bolt Throwers, you name it, they've got it. But what do they not have? Cylostra d'Arfon. And if they have, like, a minor settlement battle... No, okay, they're going to sally out. I'm like, if they have a minor settlement battle, they're going to be in terrible trouble, but... Because our range is considerably better than theirs with all of our... with our guys on the ground. Not with these handgunners, but... they're almost as good of range. The brightness of the snow never feels great on the eyes. Fortunately, I have my monitor color balance turned down a bit, so it's not as jarring as it could be. Fortunately, I did it myself on purpose so that I wouldn't have to suffer for it. I don't think fortunately is the right word, but it doesn't matter. Alright, let's get to it. The only one we don't have to be afraid of, or afraid for, is Cylostra. But of course, we know that they'll have, like, guys all in here. And so Lothern Seaguard, that's where we want this to go. Lothern Seaguard are a silver-shielded, anti-large spear unit who also is a good archer. They are the reason why the High Elves are wonderful. No, the High Elves are good for lots of reasons. So, like, they think I have the ranged advantage, I'm the elf, I'm gonna make them come to us, but it's not gonna work. Because I'm a person, and I have army abilities. And I'm not intimidated in the slightest by these chumps. Maybe I should be. Not, though. Because, yeah, they're doing a lot of damage. Sure. They're also using a ton of their ammo. And, yeah, okay, they've finally done 1,000. They're good. They're real good. Very proud we are of all of them. But what's going to happen later? What's going to happen when we... back off a little bit? It's, like, impossible to see what's going on here. These guys have poison as well. Yeah, that's actually... They're really good. But, of course, my knights are for free. We put them into the wedge, and now they're going to be even faster at charging in. They'll lose melee defense, but this is like the wedge formation for Bretonnia. It's wonderful for charging in. And, of course, any damage that we get on these Shadow Walkers right now is damage we don't have to worry about later. And they are very, very good units. You know, they are not the slouches of the world. They get work done. So getting a couple breaks on them very early and getting through 2 of our army abilities, you know, towards it. Very nice stuff indeed. But we're able to induce them to move forward, as we knew we could. The army abilities are absolutely clutch for that. Because they exist universally across the battle map. Which frees you to use them, you know, from your fortified position. The cav and the chariots and all that are coming in from that angle. They don't even know these handgunners are here, and these deck gunners, of course, are similarly a mystery to our foes. This Frostheart Phoenix is about to come in and get shot by these handgunner mobs. Oh yeah, give it to me, precious. Boom, baby. I almost Wind of Death there. Like, will they please just open fire? Okay, there we go. Oh, the dragons. The dragons are in among my troops. That is not perfect. Let's get our Slayer Sirens on top of them. Hey, it could be worse. Yeah, this is fine. If they've got their leader, their lord on a dragon, it's not going to do anything, though. They're charging into halberds. Sure, the Rotting Prometheans aren't going to love it, but they'll be fine. Oh my goodness, these guys aren't shooting at anything. Of course, their archers are now about to really be opening up on us, and some of them are quite good at being archers. Cylostra, we just need to get her. Can we stop these rangers from hitting? Boom, there's a tide call. Interrupts them a little bit. Can we get the break? These sirens should definitely be able to get it with a little bit of damage here. Gunnery mob there. Oh, these are... I was like, where are my cavalry? Cavalry? I'm like, oh yeah, the summon. And lighten up the walkers there. Finally, our deck gunners being able to shoot someone. You know, Queen Bess doing wonderful work. Doing all that you could ever ask out of her. Probably should have used that earlier. The Lord is trying to pop onto our Morghuls. Now, that's not ideal as a matchup for them. However... they're really in for a lot more trouble than they anticipated because the support is online. Actually, this sword is kind of awesome, isn't it? Yeah, because that Wind Blast is like, I didn't use it well there, but it's good ability. Quick wind up, wind cast, you know, on a guy that wants to be surrounded by infantry in a lot of cases. Good stuff. Colossal Strike for this Lord. He's fighting halberds. I mean, he's a dragon, but he's fighting an anti-large specialist. Huge armor-piercing values. Salafin the Prince. Well, how the mighty fall. Man, we lost the Rotting Prometheans. You know, it's okay. We just need something with mass, you know. It could be animated Hulks. It could be them. It could be really anything. I don't think another Necrofex Colossus is the answer. But maybe it would be fine to anchor. The problem is it takes 2 turns to recruit, you know, so why do it? We're just going to raise the monoliths because that is what we're doing. Heyo! What do we have here? Briar's Heath. Fizz resist, snipe, stalk, woodsman, and unspottable. You know, this could be absolutely monstrous on the right hero. It'll be pretty good on the white. Yeah, he'll be able to shoot without being seen. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and burn some items together. And we get another Talisman of Preservation. Awesome. I think Gambler's Armor here is more important than Glittering Scales. Yeah, because Glittering Scales, like, it's, yeah, it's more important that the heroes be incredibly hardy, I think. We can't give up the knapsack. Can't give up the fortune, so we might as well burn that. We get another Helm of Discord, which actually might be worth using over the Gambler's Armor. Or the Armor of Fortune here. We'll hold on to it. We might just give it to a different lord eventually, if I'm still playing when the eventually happens. Oh, it said the head is in the clouds. That must have been the floating pyramid because it floats. I don't know. What I do know is that this war that we've been doing against Elithanar is already a dramatic and wonderful success, and he is never going to financially recover from this. Because the bulk of his armies were probably worrying about my friend and everyone's friend, Grombrundle, who's never done anything wrong. To satisfy the grudge. Yeah, maybe this. So if that, yeah, that should be, that'll reduce the time, I think. Because it says local of 1, but this is like, it's not exactly local recruitment. Maybe it counts. We're just going to grab these hulks for the meantime. And travel on down to the Black Forests. You know, it wasn't so long ago that... No, we'll go up and down here, yeah, to stop him from... Stop him from being able to rebuild up here. This war, you know, Elithanar declared war on me like 90 turns ago, but I know how to hold a grudge. I've played dwarves before. We attack Blacklight Tower, and this elf this coward runs away. He's just gonna let us burn this down. You know, they should think about keeping a book to write down all the things we've done.
Madame Cylostra, dear
This guy's name is Cricket.
Madame Tierfan, your doom is done.
And Yao Yonbo, after all I did for him, is demanding money or he's going to declare war on me. Do you think you know a guy? Sad is what it is. Well, if I know Grombrindle, he's not going to be willing to forgive this treachery. And we do a little chomp there, and Meryl is in the dirt. She is no more. She is a deceased Meryl. There we go. We knocked down, you know, some of the very, very first settlements they would have had at all. Brutal stuff. Marathi is sieging the donut, but we're just going to... We're going to come in the top way here and meet up with Gromby and finish what we started here with the Dark Elves, letting him open up a little more, and then we're gonna get to prosecuting this stupid war against the Knife Ears.
The power of strong.
The one item I do really want is another Trickster Shard, the rare one, not the one that's called Trickster Shard. That's what would tile this together. She walks very crabbily across the land. And of course, now we have 180 grand because all of this sacking and raising and stuff is paying off marvelously.
We shall talk.
And Helbron, amusingly, is liking me more and more because I'm beating up on the High Elves so bad. But of course, you can't trust Helbron farther than you can throw her, and maybe not even that far. Depending on how good of an arm you got. Just destruction all over, because of course Elithanar is embroiled in war with Nagarond, and then I come up from the sea lanes just to absolutely put the hammer down. The sisters want peace. This I will take, because they're not at war with Grombrindle. He probably won't love that we have a treaty with them, but it's fine. Look, we already burned down their tree a long time ago. That was a long time ago. She gets 15 attack for a while. Yeah, so he doesn't like the treaty with the heralds, but I think we'll probably be fine because again, like we just got peace. That's not the same as, you know, making an alliance. It's not. We're gonna leave this guy up here to get beat on by Nagarond, and yeah, because Nagarond is so far on the back foot with all of this. And, so we're just going to continue on with what the plan was, which was to go south, meet up with Grombrindle, and, get these lands here. But I'm probably about to be the most infamous pirate in the world, which means that the other ones are going to start chasing after me across the whole map. Yeah. We're not too far from being the most famous pirate.
I need an audience. Join me. This has my approval. Greatest performance!
Oh, well, that was a mistake. I thought we could sack and then occupy it afterward. Not that we need the money, but we're about to want the money. After all, we don't have enough of an income to where we can just support an army without doing something with it. Yeah, it looks like Elithanar is actually very far on the back foot up there, which is going to be a problem because Malekith will be able to move into that slot potentially. But if we just move south here and then link up with Gromby, then it'll all be fine. Just going to keep on sacking that place, and then... Yeah, because there's plenty of danger over here on this side. So yeah, we'll sweep down, try to link up, and then you know we'll zoom around and hit whatever didn't get hit earlier. But we need to make this war less of like a four-front war for Grombrindle, because even with Dwarf Underway stance, it's a tough thing to do. Because the thing about Elithanar being over here is it's a long walk through uncomfortable lands for him. Malekith wants a treaty, but again, he's going to have to negotiate that with my friend, Grombrindle the White Dwarf, who's explained to me that he's unlikely to take one. Alright, so we get all the tech. And it does indeed work with here. So, okay, yeah. So you can get your single turn Rotting Leviath or Gunnery mobs. You can get your single turn Necrofexes. You just can't get single turn Death Guard. Which is, like, kind of fine, but also, like, what? I mean, they're elite, and I guess, like, it makes sense. But you can get almost everything else in the whole roster in one turn from your ship. It's just them and the other tier 5 units, probably. Terrorgeist sort of thing. We're gonna get... like, which one? Armor-piercing missile damage. Yeah. I thought there was one other important sort of thing we were looking for. That doesn't matter. I mean, a little bit more bonus first large doesn't even seem worth it either. Yeah, we'll just take the Promethean upgrade then. And now Elithanar is here, and so is this guy, but... yeah, we don't have to fight him at the same time, do we? No, we do not. So this is that same Lord on a Dragon that we tuned up just a little bit ago. He's back again. Of course, this army isn't as good as that one. Still really good, but it's not as good, and that's what it's all about. It's about chipping down the foe. Of course, we are in fine shape. Alright, so here we could defend against this rock and make all of their mobility and or missiles go around the other far way. Seems good. Of course, there's a blinding brightness there. Can we just... I don't think I applied it. Oh no, what have I done? Like, what even happened? We, oh, the UI scale. That's what it was. I'm like, why does it look so different and terrible, the UI scale? Alright, now we'll not use the recommended button, but the apply changes button to reduce the brightness. And now, after 10 hours of doing that, it's time to play. Man, it felt like it took forever. And we'll have all these guys in the trees, you know, they're probably going to try to come around from that side, and if not, then it's not too far for them to loop around and flank through the front. Probably. But of course, the Necrofest Colossi are already getting their work done. Like, can we... I'm like, is this good against... oh my goodness, it is. I mean, it's okay. I don't know if we would call that good against them. But the thing is that, you know, because we're so tough, we just literally don't have to care about this dragon coming in. Or this other dragon coming in. I even hope it's true. No, like, we'll be in bad shape. I just don't think they can kill us in this amount of time. Especially with these damn knights errant among us. Yeah, and now these dragon princes are trying to charge in and realizing this is a dramatically different engagement than the one they thought they were taking. We're going to hornswoggle them. Drop that armor down. Drop that defense down. Oh, the beating. Dragon Princes are quite elite, so getting to catch them out like that is very nice indeed. And Cylostra's just going to walk right through our enemies here? Yeah. They don't have any mass to hold us here. Silverhelm's trying to do it. Not working at all. Oh, these are Dragon Princes. I thought they were Silverhelms. That's not a great charge for our Mongols. That's not great at all. Fortunately, this Mongol is here. The Haunter will be able to beat on him pretty good. Because, yeah, they got that charge in on us, and that's pretty rough. But, hey, at least with Old Best shooting them monstrous impact hits, so they're going to have to get taken off a bit. And now we're going to go there. Of course, Bartholomew is functionally immortal. Oh yeah, you know that wind is actually like what a good item. 4 casts of a wind spell, can't beat that. And it looks like we are convincing them with enough of our forces over here that they're just gonna basically fight over here, which is terrible for them and good for me. But our gunnery units are about to open up, and it's about time for Cylostra to drop all their abilities again. And what will be a cascading rout. They are all about to drop. This dragon's gonna fall. Boom, baby. Steel chaired. And now all of our powder basically is all shooting, and oh, it feels so good. This is the dream. And they are running back now because the Sirens are on them. So we got like 5 units of archers running from 1 unit of Sirens. These polearms are fighting spearmen. There's like some Swordmasters of Hoth in here somewhere. I thought I saw. I wanted to brawl with them. Oh, they tried to charge across into the powder. Well, you know, many happy returns to them. Bunch of chumps. The Mournguls are really getting tuned up here, probably by this lord with the anti-large and 900 weapon strength. But I think we'll be fine. We'll just, you know, they might have been getting shot up even, but... Our depth guard plus heroes over on this flank, able to absolutely stop them from breaking through, giving them a big old headache in passing there. And of course, now we've got, okay, so he's gonna hunger up, she's gonna heal up. Because I think the hunger won't actually resurrect any of them. Yeah, you could just do it and then you could like anvil up if you had winds. Which of course I don't have winds because I never, ever, ever have winds. Never. You don't notice it when you're playing a faction like Tzeentch where they just like throw it at you and they're like, oh, by the way, you get like 40 a turn. And they'll be trying to come up here, so what's beat up? The Mournguls and the Hulks, which, you know, like, whatever. The rest of the army is in fine fettle. And this army isn't as good at fighting us as that army was, because it doesn't have a couple of dragons. Olithanar does, like, some crazy work. With his silly arrow magic abilities. You know, he's a wizard of arrows. And he gives, like, big missile resist to his army and everything. But, importantly, he's not going to be able to win this.
Can I offer you a prophecy?
Oh, and I can't trade this one because it's the only one I have. I keep on forgetting. Keep on forgetting that those are the rules. Oh, and Olithanar runs home, tail between his legs. And Gromby wants me to pay him for a trade agreement? Sure, dude. I mean, if you need the money, you could just ask. Can't believe we didn't have a trade agreement. Oh, I would have lost my land, and when you lose those, that goes away. And then we'll just do the old classic move, which is where you force them to figure out what direction they want to go in. Oh, Marathi's coming up to take this land too. Well, then Olithanar really is in some trouble, huh? Because he has like a master ambush stance like Skaven do, where you can like attack and ambush you, but you know, when we always end an encampment, we should be fine. I don't think he's off ambushing. I think he went off to fight down here, but we should be able to see. But it makes much more sense to start at the top, give it to Gromby, and work our way back down and sweep back around the other way. You know, because that way we'll be able to rid the land of the evidence of our enemy. Yeah, Luthanar is either ambushing somewhere or he is just absolutely mauled.
Our enemy shouts tremble.
I need orders.
Alright, so we can get that one, and then we'll pop this one as well. Oh, well, Lithanar ran all the way in there to get replenishment, I guess. Oh, because he's a defensive ally with Ilariel. And he would have been in vampire corruption here. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah, what good fun.
Greetings. I am Grombrindle to you.
Because we're hoping Gromby will just come down and take the spire, and then we can clean all this up. Luthanar is trying to go around the other way. Not gonna work. Do we sack occupy? I mean, it's money. I think we just take it, though. Throw a growth building there and then give it to Gromby next turn, where he'll probably take this, I imagine. Lithanar is in terrible straits, but hey, it's his own fault. He started this war with me at the beginning of the game. I hadn't done anything wrong to him. I was just singing my songs, doing my thing, being a very handsome woman, Frenchily, and he had a problem with it. And, well, now this is happening. Could have been cool. I would have came and sang him songs, but he dissed me. Oh yeah, look at that. Gromby. Now that we have dealt with the Lithanar happening here. Oh man, look at there's so many battles here in the gorge. But Gromby, oh look at that army. Oh, that's a nice army. No front line to speak of. Heavy hitters all around. I mean, he's got one Slayer. He's got one Longbeard. But it's like, we mess up the lands with the corruption so bad, but hey, you know, we gotta... Look, we're Gromby's friend. That doesn't mean we can change who we are. We are a vampire. Well, Cylostra's not a vampire. She's a siren.
Words bore me. Throw in some ale when you're talking.
60 grand, you know, we're actually not going to take all his money. Because we don't need it. Which isn't very roleplay of us, but, you know, we're just trying to work this out, right? We were away for a while.
Okay. I'm ready. Words bore me. Throw in some ale when you're talking.
And we just load him up.
Join me.
And now Grombrindle, in spite of being, you know, a little vampire corrupted, is gonna be in great shape. And you know, we'll go the other direction so we won't have to worry about us, and we'll roll up this way and see what we can do. Is that red on the map the Sword of Cain? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It might be. Oh, I wish somebody would bring me that sword. It would take away her regeneration, though. Yeah, that's the Sword of Cain, all right. Well, you know it has to be done. We gonna take it. Yeah, because nature's healing already. The corruption, like, it doesn't stay that long. But it's very good because it only takes like a turn or two in an area to where, like, you know, they're not going to get their replenishment if they're standing outside, if they're, like, reinforcing or running away, or, you know, they're fleeing from a battle that you give them. They're still not going to be able to just get all of their stuff back, which is quite nice. When we get big movement, we'll take... We don't need that at all. We don't use any of them. A tiny bit of bonus for large seems fine, given that they're one of the last things that we're using here. No, there was something else, right? No, it's just upkeep. A little bit of missile strength matters. Ah, the Wave Maker. This is one of the principal foes. This guy has the second verse of the shanty. He also has 2 Way Watchers, War Dances with Spears, Sword Masters of Hoth, Sea Guard, Dragon Princes, Star Dragon, and Forest Dragon. Quite an army. But of course, I am the High King of Skyrim. But, oh man, it's actually... Ugh. I think... Yeah, we're getting on hour 7 here. Where are we at on our victory conditions? 18 more settlements to sack, and then we have the long... I think what we're going to do is go ahead and call the video here. And then when we play again, you know, we'll probably try to finish up the whole thing and just roll through. But yeah, a great time. Cylostra, if you can get one of these swords, the Doom Singer, hey, because she's the singer of Doom. Love it. But if you can get one of those, then you are really going to be in for a good time. Because regeneration on a Leviathan, pretty good. And everything else we have access to is pretty good too. But That's all I've got for you right now. Cylostra, Mistress of the Deep. We have no capital. We're a horde. We've achieved a short victory. Everything is going good. She's a lady. And when we return, we'll probably just win the game. You know. But that's all I've got for you right now. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If you're around, Luke, see you later. Bye, Plato. Bye, Macron. Bye, IDK, if you're here. Bye, Kiki, if you're here. Yoshi's Pizza Guy. Natasha, if you're around, see you later. But anyway, I will be on later on to cast something else. Probably not this today. Might be. I don't know. But I'm going to get something to eat. Take a little break. All that. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Really enjoyed talking with you and talking with myself as I played. And hope you did too. And more of it to come in the future, you know, in various different styles. But that's all for right now.